Titles are available on the red button. Mae Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael ar y botwm coch. Nawr, mwynhewch y sioe.
It's the second day of the winter fair here in Llanelwedd. And it was a fabulous day yesterday. And the star of our show was young Thomas Bulch. And in the evening, the skies were lit up by this spectacular fireworks show. Well, good morning and welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground for another exciting day at this year's Winter Fair. It was really full here later in the day yesterday, some late Christmas shopping and of course that firework display, and today another exciting day. Plenty to look forward to in the championships and the auctions later on in the day. Well, in the cattle ring, we'll start with the baby beef and move on to the heifer and steer championship, as well as the Winter Fair Supreme Championship. And later on this afternoon, around 3 o'clock, all eyes will be on the cattle ring for the auction when the champion and Supreme Champion go under the hammer. Well, in the sheep ring, we'll see all the section winners before concentrating on the Pure Hill and Upland and Welsh Mountain Breeds Championship. But the highlights will be the Supreme Championship, where in the last 2 years the Butcher's Weight section has come to the fore. And of course, the auctions will start around midday. And in the horse ring, we'll be featuring the sport horses, the Welsh ponies cob type, the Welsh cobs, as well as the Welsh Championship and the Supreme Championship, which was won last year by Sam Morsley's Ila Dakota. And Tillery, who is, of course, a new member of the on-screen presentation team, is back with us. And yesterday was a bit of a blur as far as she was concerned. And on the highlights programme last night, Tillery revealed that she did spend a certain amount of time farming out in France, and she was watching the Royal Welsh Show and the Winter Fair while she was there on her iPlayer, and that was what made her decide it's time to go back to Wales. And the one thing she did miss during her time out in France was the fact that there wasn't such a thing as a local market, as it were, similar to what we have here in Wales in France, and she didn't get the opportunity to see the agricultural community, as it were, such as she does here in Wales. And today she'll be in the pig ring, and she'll be wandering around the showground here in Llanelwedd.
Yeah, so treulade mae'n lyflu cael am.
Mwynhad y ddwrnod, diolch i ti Teledu. A wedyn, wrth gwrs, mae yna Sylwebaeth Saesneg hefyd yn does, diolch i Gareth Roberts a'r criw.
English language commentary is available on Sky Plus, Freeview or Virgin Media by pressing the red button. If you have a TiVo box or Sky Q box, please access settings and use the audio selection option. Bore da I chi gyd, good morning. Yes, I'll be here once again with the resident team of experts on another busy day here at the Winter Fair. And if you are experiencing any problems whatsoever, then don't hesitate to contact S4C's Viewers Hotline.
A be am y tywydd ta bobl, oedd hi'n ddelfrydol yma ddo.
Well, it was a dry day here at the showground yesterday, and it looks as if it's going to be the same here today. And here's Branwen Gwyn with the weather forecast. And at the moment, there's a yellow fog warning until about 11 o'clock this morning in the east of Wales. But once that fog is lifted, it's going to be a dry day. It's going to be a bit cloudier in the east, most probably. About 9 degrees Celsius, about 6 degrees Celsius here in Llanelwedd. This evening, the lowest temperature will be about 2 degrees centigrade, and tomorrow, well, it will still be a bit cloudy in the east. The rest of Wales will be clear skies and dry, and the temperature will be about 10 degrees centigrade. In the rest of the week, at the moment, it looks as if it's going to be relatively dry. Well, as we've said during our broadcast yesterday, the emphasis here at the Winter Fair is on the food chain, and of course today there's going to be plenty more of competitions going on, and the auction of course to come later in the day. And we've been asking you during our time here at the Winter Fair, which we wanted to know what you think will be the selling price at auction for the Supreme Champion in the cattle section. Well, it looks as if you're playing it safe at the moment. It's somewhere between £5,000 and £10,000. We'll know for certain later on this afternoon. And then in the sheep section, well, it's somewhere between £600 and £1,200 each. And then which of the following will win the Supreme Horse Championship? Well, it looks as if it's between the Welsh ponies and the Welsh ponies cob type. But all will be revealed later on this afternoon, and you can take part, of course, on our social media outlets, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And of course we will be broadcasting live here from Llanelwedd until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Well, you can see the food hall in the background. That's where Nia's heading for, but we will start our broadcast in the cattle ring. So it's a very good morning to Emma Thomas and Gerald Lewis.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, good morning, and it's lovely to be back at the cattle ring this morning, and a bit of a change of size here today, Gerald, and we're joining the first showing of the baby beef competitions.
Yes, indeed, it's called baby beef competition, but I'd prefer perhaps to call it the show cattle of the future, perhaps. Yes. Most of them are. So we start off with class 30, which is a baby show native heifer under 425 kilos. And we get our first look. Different judge today for the baby beef section is Jonathan Lyon from Lincolnshire. Perhaps a lot of showmen would know his father, perhaps, Trevor. And they have done a lot of exhibiting and a lot of showing themselves throughout their careers, and as they admit, they're small farmers, but their main business is garden designs, but showing cattle is their hobby, and he's described it as being a great honour to follow. His father judged the steer section here last year, so he's trusted to judge the Heifer Championship this year, so a great honour. He's said to be in the main ring in probably the best prime stock show in the world. Top quality animals, in fact, even for natives, aren't they?
I was going to say yes. So we don't have the breeding or crossings of all of them, but we do have some Welsh black bloods out there. I'd imagine some short horn as well.
Felly, ife wrth dy fam wyt ti wedi cael y diddordeb?
Ydw, fi wedi cael yn ysgol rown I shows sy'n gryden fach.
As is customary here in the fair, then, we start always with the native classes right through in the senior heifer section and the steer sections, and within the native breeds and the junior, so people that do exhibit the native cattle and like the native cattle will obviously be watching this with interest, and maybe they want to purchase later on today, because most of these animals will be for sale later in the day. Maybe they will want to come along and purchase this for the future native classes that will be held here in the Winter Fair.
I'd imagine the judging for these would be a little bit different to yesterday, because yesterday they were the finished product or very near the finished product, whereas this judge has to maybe have one eye to the future as well. And
obviously the future is what it is about, actually, because these animals, like I stated, most of them will go on to be mature show animals, and obviously the mature show animals are designed ready for the end product, which is the beef. Future, yeah. But mind, they have to have, say, obviously be less muscle in than that on these because they're not mature, but you'll have to have an eye on the animal, thinking that it will...
How they look today as well, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Oh yes, every animal will be turned out exactly the same, and these as their senior partners then.
See the return of the Christmas sparkle here today on...
Well, I had a little bit of a walk around before we got on the air, and I seen quite a bit of it, so I thought you'd be quite excited by the glitter that was on show here today.
Well, we are getting in the Christmas spirit, so why not? And I think that's what's nice about the Winter Fair, is that some of these exhibitors, they work very, very hard, so it's nice that they're having a little bit of fun with it all as well.
Leave no stone unturned, and if it's a little bit of sparkle will catch the judge's eye, well, it's been successful then, isn't it?
We haven't seen too many of the black and white like this coming through in the breedings. They've kind of been more solid colours.
That's quite right. Well, I would go as far as to say probably there's a short one in that heifer there because of the colour in ratio. This could be a Aberdeen Angus, or even a short one cross. This could be then. Fortunately, we haven't got the breeds to state, but it's a very nice heifer anyway.
Very nice.
For a native breed.
Lovely red roan heifer there on the right hand side of the judge as well.
Starlight Hannah is the name of the one that is standing in the top position at the moment, from Mr. Mark Hallam, man that is renowned for the showing.
Well,
anyway, we'll have to come back a little bit later on to see what happens.
Yes, good morning. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, and we're heading for the sheep ring, and it's the Pure Native Hill and Upland Breeds Championship. Here's Emma and Gerald.
Yes, thank you. Got through the hard work of yesterday and the qualifying stages of it's like the World Cup, isn't it? Get to the qualifying stages, and now we get to the real business in the say the finals.
We're in the knockout rounds now. Yes,
fair comment. Yeah.
So we'll see all the winners and the reserves of the breed sections yesterday, which came under the section of Pure Native Hill and Upland breeds. So they'll come here in the ring together, and the judge then will decide then who is the best out of this section, and they will go forward again then.
Yes, indeed, and as we see customary is, then the front line which we see, or the furthest line, or we're going to feature now then, are the first prize winners of every section, and the second prize of that particular section is in reserve. So if one of these pairs gets selected, they are taken forward, and then the reserve pair come forward into the final line out in case the judge wants to say first and second for the actual particular breed. Feature there, the Kerry Hill, closely followed on the other side by the Radners.
Yes, we featured the Radners yesterday and the Brecon Kill Cheviot. It's nice. I do like these interbreeds because you get to see the breeds in together.
O'n i'n gweld nawr y beiriad yn mynd trwyddyn nhw, Mr Glyn Owens, cyn arwerthwr yn Rhuthun, oedd yn adnabydus iawn fel arwerthwr yn fanna, wedi gwneud gwaith neilltuol dros y diwydiant, dros y blynyddoedd.
We see Mr Glyn Owens from Rhuthun in North Wales, and I think perhaps the last time we've seen that gentleman on the screen was when he was winning the Cattle Championship several years ago.
Well, he's changed rings here today
yes,
now.
But an auctioneer has to cater for everything, see, doesn't he?
Yes,
from cattle to sheep, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I also see him now and again. He does run the Bala dog sale, and
very nicely trimmed pair of Brecon Kill Cheviets by there.
We actually featured them yesterday, didn't we? We've seen Davis family of Dana Reglas there, just in Brecon, winning with their particular lambs yesterday. Mr Owen is giving him a really good once over and feeling the dock there on the loin.
I'll say, if you didn't join us yesterday, then we try to explain what the judge is looking for. These are lambs that are destined for the meat market, so he's looking for well-fleshed, well-finished animals, and by finished we mean the fat covering over the animal. So you'll see him now, he'll be just putting his hands down the back of the animal to make sure that it's got plenty of flesh on it, and where his hand is there now, a little bit further back then, is the loin, so he wants that to be nice and wide, and he's just feeling there now. That's a way of seeing how wide they are down the back and in the loin where he is now, and also get a slight touch of the ribs to see how well covered the ribs are. But that loin is all important, and there we go. As Gerald said, that's what the top of the tail there would refer to as the dock, and it's a very good indicator of how much fat is on the animal and how well finished they are, because they can be a tremendous animal, but if they're not finished, if they're not ready for the market, then
North Country Cheviots there, in short, that he's just been examining.
You can just see the little bit of difference between them and the Brecon Kill Cheviots, just maybe slightly a heavier bone, stronger boned, and a bit more presence in the head, bigger ears. They're quite eye-catching sheep, aren't they?
They are very indeed, very well presented too. Move on to the Beulah Speckles.
Not always a lamb you think of when you think of prime lambs, but more of a maternal breed. But of course, you're going to have the surplus males in the flock, and of course, you need to turn them out well to supply the meat market. And
yes, indeed, the two very big lambs there.
They are very well turned out indeed.
Got to, like we say, to the business end now. we have probably the best of all the breeds there in display here in the Winter Fair. So yeah, nice for Mr. Owens there to have to sort them out.
These then were the winners of any other British native, pure hill and upland breeds, not included in the other sections, which was won by the Dylans, and they have a pair of Llandyfri white-faced lambs. We saw the Dylans out quite often yesterday.
Yes, indeed, to be fair, yes,
supporters
very well.
of the shows, but bit of thinking left to do in this class here between all the different breeds, and hope to be back there soon with a winner.
Yes, I'm sure we'll be returning to the sheep ring quite soon. Don't forget, we have got a competition and a chance for you to win a voucher worth £100 to spend at your local butcher shop. And all the details are on our website. And read all about it. Who won the Supreme Championship in the cattle section last year, was sold for £5,200, £6,400 or £8,000. s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf is the website address. All the details you need are there. Right, let's go over to the horse ring for our first visit of the day, and keeping an eye on proceedings there. On our behalf today is Bethan Simmons. Good morning, Bethan.
We've got Cathy Atkin-Bowdler there judging. She's looking very smart. She's a very established and experienced judge. I'm sure she'll be giving them a good look over for sure. We've got James Knight there, showing Honourable Bachelor. The first pulled. I think she's just having a quick look over them now. She'll be looking for something that'll go on and do a sporty job. Eventing, dressage, show jumping. She'll want something that will eventually give an uphill ride, I think, that will cover the ground and look as if it'll do a job. We'll see what she decides is going to be her winner. She'll be looking for a good walk. A walk is obviously very important in a sport horse. It's the foundation for all the other paces and everything that they're going to do in the future. Will she have gone for, I wonder? I think she's got their James Knight back in, which is Honourable Bachelor, bred by Amy Miller, out of DPUK Night Dancer. She was obviously reserved at Horse of the Year show a couple of weeks ago, and it looks like her young foal there is going to follow in her footsteps. And in second, we've got Rosita Heifer with What a Yarn there. Again, bred by Rosita Heifer. Cathy's looking very smart. Always got a fabulous outfit whenever she's stewarding or judging. Fair play. So, will she have in third then? She's got Anne Bassett's, I believe, there. Anne Bassett's Barneswood Lunar Eclipse. So that's your top three then. You've got James Knight with Honourable Bachelor, then Rosita Heifer with What a Yarn, and in third we've got Anne Bassett's Barneswood Lunar Eclipse.
Sy'n am wedi ennill pencampwriaethau yn y sioe brenhinol gyda'r ceffylau hela. A wedi cymhwyso ceffylau nhw I hunain I sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn. Ac hefyd gyda cynhyrchwyr.
And so Cathy will just be having, I'm sure, another look just to make sure that she's happy. But at the minute we've got James Knight there. He's looking possibly a little bit tense, hoping that Honourable Bachelor will remain calm and take in the atmosphere with no problem and hold on to that top spot. Obviously, it's quite an atmosphere for a young foal to deal with. Here we go, the rosettes are out. So we'll be seeing, there we go. So I think she has decided there. So we've got number 1270, which is Honourable Bachelor, shown by James Knight, bred by Amy Miller there. And in second, we've got 1266, which is Rosita Hamer's What a Yarn. And in third place, we've got Anne Bassett's Barneswood Lunar Eclipse. So Honourable Bachelor there, looking a picture, to be fair. James Knight really does have him looking lovely. James will have travelled down from Yorkshire for this win. So I'm sure he's delighted that he's made the effort there to travel all that way.
This is his first show on his own.
Right, well, what a great start.
Absolutely brilliant, yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Congratulations. You get on, he's eager to go.
I think he will be, yeah.
Well
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So off they go on their lap of honour, I believe. And that's Honourable Bachelor winning that class.
James Knight a Honourable Bachelor yn ennill y dosbarth cyntaf i'r ceffylau chwaraeon yma yn y Ffair Aeaf.
Right, from the horse ring, it's straight back to the cattle ring.
Yes, we return to the native heifer, 425 kilos and under. And Mr. Lyon has been very busy and has arrived at a decision while we've been away, and it is Mark Hallam, shown by Sally Lloyd, and it is Starlight Hannah. She come in at 386 kilos, so well under the weight then.
And in second place we have number 192, which is Elliot Estelle, 695, from Mary Cormac.
So a good start to the show to come first class in the beef morning.
Really nice class of,
yes,
of
native
natives
animals,
as well.
yes, to be fair.
Absolutely lovely. Good to see.
Digon o gyffro a digon o ddramaidd o dwi'n siŵr
they of course will come back out again for the overall baby beef championships, heifers, and later on, so hopefully we shall see them again.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, the second day of the Welsh, or the Winter Fair rather, and Nia is with Mia Pierce, who is a skills coordinator with Bwyd Cymru, or Welsh food, and she will be taking me around the food halls, visiting different stalls, and of course Mia, when she was working with Bwyd Cymru Welsh Food, obviously was very busy during the COVID period, coordinating with all the different Welsh producers who at the time, of course, had to rely on selling their produce online. And there's Nerys Howell in the background, obviously, who'll be cooking in the food hall later on.
Helgig ydy. Mae hwnna'n dod yn un o'r cwmnïau cynta te, sef cwmni Carw Llun. Cig Carw Llun. Maen nhw wedi bod yn...
And the first stall they'll be visiting is the Llun venison stall.
Hello. Bore da. Bore da. Dim lot o gig ar ôl.
It doesn't look as if you've got much left on your stall. Yesterday was so busy, it was unbelievable. We sold an awful lot yesterday. And why do you think it's been so successful yesterday? It was so many people here, so enthusiastic as well. And obviously a lot of the customers who visited yesterday wanted to ask loads of questions, and they like to hear the background of the business and the background of the venison farm that they have. And they're based in the Llyn Peninsula in Bodleian, where of course the National Eisteddfod of Wales will be held in August next year. It's a very healthy meat as well, low in calories, and the iron levels are quite high as well, and they're a self-sufficient company. And we hear that phrase once again, from the gate to the plate, which is once again emphasising the importance of the food chain. And Mia's just explaining now, if you're looking for government grants or whatever, you have to show that you are a self-sufficient company, and that you're looking also at your carbon footprint.
Farm Charcuterie. How are you? Sut ydych chi?
Oh, very good, thank you.
Nice to be back.
Oh, lovely to be back. Lovely to feel the buzz. Lovely. I love the Winter Fair.
And a good day yesterday?
Oh, very good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not really sold out yet, though?
No. We're not sold out. We brought more.
Digon I need real.
Mae digon o ddewis yma'n does?
Digon o ddewis yma.
And as Nia said, there's plenty of choice available, and once again we hear the fact that it was so busy here yesterday, but Cwm Farm Charcuterie obviously have stocked up again for the second day of the Winter Fair.
And the Sheriff, Ken Owen.
Sheriff. I love the Sheriff.
What about the football team?
I think they're referring to
the football teams, yeah.
Ken Owens there, the Welsh rugby hooker.
Developed our dragon, one ready for Paris next year. So,
right. Well, yes, we need tan y ddraig heddiw, da ni gyd yn coch heddiw yma.
Yeah, I think Nia's referring to the fact that later on this evening Wales will be playing against England in the Football World Cup. And Nia's just mentioning the fact, although it's relatively quiet in the food hall at the moment, there is a variety of produce here, and Mia obviously is referring to the fact that a lot of the producers here are so glad to be back at the Winter Fair. It's been quite difficult during the last couple of years, of course. Caws Teifi, self-explanatory really, a company based in the Carmarthenshire area. And they've got 8 people who work at the creamery on the Glyn Hynod farm.
a'r caws i hunain. So, 8 yn gweithio yn y rhifenfa a 6 gyda nhw'n gweithio yn y distyllfa. Felly, fi'n meddwl, os chi'n stuck am andeg nadolig, felly bod
And as Mia's saying, if you're want to stock up for Christmas, then there's plenty of choice here in the food hall.
Rhyw 6 mlynedd, felly, digon o bethau fan hyn. A Dafydd fan hyn.
Which one's the winter warmer, David?
The slow gin.
Oh.
Try the slow gin.
Are you tasting it?
Very good.
Ydy o? Beth mae'n seaweed yma hefyd?
Fe hwnna ni moyn.
Yeah.
And yes, I think she's spotted the seaweed gin.
Ge mae hwn yn diffinio Cymru, neu gwe, really. Gin,
which
hwn yn boblogaidd.
is very, very popular. Mia just saying, I've seen this on several different menus. Yeah, good point. And Mia just saying, I think it's a good idea if we put it back.
Dyna sy'n braf, ydy, mae'r cynhyrchwyr yn siarad yn uniongyrchol efo'u cwsmeriad.
Yeah, Nia's just mentioning the fact there that what's good as well for the various companies here at the food hall is the fact they have an opportunity to talk face to face with their customers, and Mia once again is emphasising the fact that over the last couple of years, due to the COVID restrictions and so forth, it's been very difficult for many of these producers who have once again had to rely on selling their produce online. But it's an opportunity now, of course, for them to meet and greet their customers. Yeah, Mia once again is just emphasising the fact it has been, well, still is to some degree, a difficult period. And she just hopes that everybody who have come to the Winter Fair this year have a successful time during their time here at Llanelwedd.
Diwydiant braf I fod mewn.
Ti mewn byd braf iawn, sy'n ni'n dweud.
Mi'n licio bwyd a dion.
Ceri gael dy baned fan.
Diolch.
Well, don't forget, we're all over social media on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And all the details are available on our website. Right, we've been here before. Let's go back to the sheep ring and rejoin Emma and Gerald.
Yes, we're back, hopefully, for the conclusion of the class we featured earlier, which is the
Hill and Upland Championship. So all the breeds that were contested yesterday under this section of the Hill and Upland breeds are out in the ring at the moment. And we will hopefully soon have the winning pair and the reserve pair. So it
has moved forward, then the Bracknell Hill Cheviot we see there will be moved forward, and South Country North Country Cheviot
and the Bracknell Hill, yes.
They've all been moved forward.
Hill Radnor, rather. There's too many hills going on here today. I'm getting myself in a tiz.
It's up and down, isn't it? Yeah. But anyway...
and interestingly, these were the breeds that we featured yesterday.
Yes, indeed they were, yes.
So we picked the good ones to follow. Nice pair of Hill Radnors there, I have to say. But these that he's looking at now are so nicely turned out.
So we featured that class yesterday, didn't we, all the way through the Bracknell Hill Cheviot, and they look very good lambs to me.
Yes, and the
North Country's a good pair.
A strong pair, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Mr. Owen has hands-on, so obviously he's got a distinct advantage over us, but we're on visual assessment, aren't we?
We can't see what's underneath
that
wall,
No.
And that's where being hands-on as a judge is so important, isn't it? He needs to feel for those lambs. Handled well as well, aren't they? They're being shown.
Oh, to be fair.
Very nicely.
Long time spent training these wild hill sheep.
So up there at the moment we have Martha Duggan with the pair of Hill Radnors, I.T. Davis and Son with the Bracknell Hill Cheviot, and Thomas and Bevan then with a pair of North Country Cheviots. They seem to be the top three that we've come down
Owen's
to now.
Fancy,
yes.
At this present moment,
Do you think it's between the two Cheviot breeds then? He seems to be spending quite a lot of time on these two, doesn't he?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
bryniau Brycheiniog.
I can't quite read his mind.
Dan yr eglwys. Mae yn grefftwr o frif wedi gallu dod â 17 par i'r ffair yma.
The Northies just look that little bit thicker to me there, perhaps, but they are a heavier made sheep, aren't they, anyway? But we'll see then. I think he has sort of focused his attention basically on them two pairs, so
it looks like it looks.
Are we going to be
from this angle, it looks like we're down to two pairs, doesn't it?
Oh, there you go. It's the Brecknock Hill Cheviot, it is. Righty Davis and so, Dan Reglis, Bracken.
And was it, did he mention yesterday he had a fleet of sheep here?
Yes, he has, yes, a lot of sheep.
Lots of pairs.
And here comes, as we say, the second prize, Brecknock Hill Cheviot. Comes up into the 4 to have a chance to go on as reserve.
No, I am.
Upland
no, it's a big honour.
Hill Championship.
Yeah, glad I had an early night last night.
Did you really?
I did, yes.
But after trimming 17 pairs...
Yeah, and a few for other people as well, so, yeah. No, it's nice, it makes it worthwhile then, and, yeah, just back to it now tomorrow and build for next year again.
But why did you put yourself through it? It must be quite stressful.
It is a little bit, but I suppose some people thrive on pressure, and, you know, it's nice to be, how do you put it, like... busy. I like to be busy, but you know, when you have an accolade like this, winning the championship, it makes it all worthwhile.
I'm sure your father Brian is quite proud now. Where is he?
I don't know. He's getting the next lot ready. I hope.
It's team effort, isn't it?
Yes, it is a team effort. Definitely. You don't do it on your own. Like you know, you got a good team of helpers, and you know, it's yeah. So.
And well done. You're always supportive of the show and the Winter Fair and everything. Well done, you.
Thank you.
Wel, ni yma yn ddydd Carcass, yn barod mae'r penc...
Well, we join Tillery, who's in the Carcass Hall, with Rob Rattray, the butcher from the Aberystwyth area, who's been judging in the Carcass Hall on the lamb carcass singles competition, and Rob has been judging the pigs in the past, the beef, the sheep, and he just mentioned the fact that this Gerald is the first time that he's had the opportunity to judge in the carcass competition.
Well, let's say then it's the first time he's had a chance to judge with their jackets off, then, isn't it? Yeah. This is what the show is about, then, in terms of the finished product, and we see the finished product. Unfortunately, these lambs are at the end of the line, and they'll be on our plates shortly. So we see some excessive muscle-in, obviously from the Beltex and Texel and Continental breeds will produce lambs of that quality. And they're in the business end of the lambs there are excessive back ends, and in the classification system that we've got throughout our lamb business, I would not hesitate to say that they're E-confirmation.
And the gentleman judging the pairs competition was Andrew Morgan, from the Brecon area. Now then, Rob was just mentioning there that the most important difference between judging a singles carcass competition and a pairs is the consistency between the pair.
Yes, so the champion pair that he picked out, he said that he got the pair right. So the one that we're looking at here now, he's got on the right now, you've got a very, very good lamb, but the lamb that's in the pair with it doesn't match up to that. So we've, like Gerald and I have mentioned several times in the live, it's very easy to get one good animal, but to get the pair together is more important. So this is the class that he was judging, which was the singles. So it's a little bit, it's still very difficult to get an amazing lamb, but easier to get one then.
I mentioned the fact that Rob's a butcher, and I suppose if a butcher was to bid for one of these carcasses later on in the auction, then they would be able to display the rosette in the shop window so that the customers would know that it's a prize-winning carcass.
Well, yes, carcass. It's same rule applies in the livestock, because most of the lambs and cattle that are sold here are purchased for slaughter anyway. So the card is what the butcher would have in his mind to display that he has bought the top quality animals out of the Royal Welsh Winter Fair. But this is the finished product, and these are the top quality, which is in reality. There is a little bit of element of whether it'll be as fantastically shaped lambs after they've been slaughtered as what is on display here, isn't it?
It was interesting to hear Tillery there mention the fact, obviously she's farming herself, and she was asking Rob, now what do I need to look for if I want to rear lambs with who will have carcasses such as this? And Rob just mentioned the fact, when you're looking to buy a ram, you need to buy one with a broad shoulder.
Yeah, what he was mentioning there was if the shoulder is broad, then you're going to get a very large eye muscle. So that is the meat in your chop. That's what he was referring to there. For ease of lambing, I prefer to go one. And as a mother myself, I go for narrower shoulders. It makes the chop a lot easier.
But it's horses for courses then.
That's a different perspective of it.
But it's horses for courses, as they say, lowland flocks, like the Beltix is used, yes, on upland flocks and whatever, but, you know, on easy care, easy systems that use the lambing out on the hill, they certainly don't want any problems in lambing, and you want a live lamb, because it takes a very good person to sell a dead lamb. You know, so, yes, broad shoulder, good carcass competitions, and the breeds of the continental breeds are renowned for having good wide back ends plus good shoulders, aren't they?
I won't be surprised at all. I mean, the auction will be held in the Carcass Hall a bit later on. And as a butcher himself, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we'll see Rob Rattray bidding for one of these carcasses later on.
To be fair to Rob, he will back his judgment, won't he? Let's hope he does anyway. They will have to come back later and see.
Yes, we certainly will.
Lovely, diolch yn fawr i chi bach.
Welcome back to this, the second day of the Winter Fair, and we're heading straight to the cattle ring. Let's join Emma and Gerald.
Now the championship of the baby beef heifers.
Yeah.
So the first prize winners of every section.
Yes, of the continental heifers, and 425 kilograms live weight.
Interesting in this then, as we see in the adult classes, then the continental is described as, so we could have calves from all of our continental bulls, from blondes to sementals, blues, limbs, all would be in this section, whereas we see in the adult section the split Tillery, limousine, they're all the sections are split up.
Yes.
So, yeah, but these are the, as we've seen earlier on, yesterday then, all the adult limousine cross heifers and coming through, and some outstanding animals, and this Mr. Lyon's job here basically to select one what he thinks will be the best potential for future, and be a real plug for himself if he did happen to choose the best heifer, and he goes on and comes forward next year and wins next year then.
So this heifer then has was the champion at the very recently at the Scottish Fair.
James wedi cael ffair lwyddiannus ddoe a'r llwyddiant wedi parhau heddi.
So let's see how if the Welsh can pip the Scottish then, is it?
Well, she was a Scottish winner, so no, yeah, can't quite see her number by there. Lovely heifer though, very nicely turned out.
Dyna'r cwestiwn sydd ar wefusau pawb yma ynghylch y gwartheg bore yma.
So we split them into two red and two black. Not that I think that there's any... 208 that one was, and that was heifer from Stuart and Lindsay Bett, called Phoenix.
She is 354 kilos, so well within the weight range, and good weight range to go on, obviously, for next summer and then next winter's showing.
And January, this, no, excuse me, March-born heifer she was, so she's done a fair bit of growing since March this year, about the 9-month-old super heifer. 204 is the other black heifer in the class, from James May, and is Queen of Hearts. So she is a January-born heifer, so maybe just that little bit more growing in her, showing a bit more strength.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Although
but it's quite interesting this time, Mr. Lyon, then we've seen it in previous years. Plenty of these animals are in that very low 300s or high 200 kilos. Mr. Lyon has gone for the stronger element by the look of it, the baby beef section then.
Very little between these four heifers,
that's
is there?
Right, yeah.
Absolutely super.
Oes. Ti'n iawn. A mae hwnna wedi bod yn thema.
There you go, it's number 204, Queen of Hearts. Mr. James May. That's the champion heifer baby beef in the 2022. Hopefully we will see him later on competing against the steer for overall baby beef champion.
Super heifer, really,
lovely quality.
Heifer ar ochr cryfa, herwydd mae wedi dod mas o'r dosbarth trwma yma heddi. Llongwarchiadau I fe, mae'n neis gweld.
Mae werth i'w gweld, felly James May ar heifer Queen of Hearts wedi dwy'n calon.
Well, let's hope so. We come back later and see her against the steer.
A llongwarchiadau mowr iawn iddo fe.
Don't forget, there's more than one way of watching the Winter Fair here on S4C. It's available on the website and on S4C Click. All the information is on our website. Right, let's head back to the horse ring and rejoin Betha.
So we've got the yearling sport horses now. So Kathy Bowdler will be giving a look for a final once over these horses here. And we've got Adrian Chapman's Salter Celtic Prince in top at the minute. It's by Brookvale Celtic Isle, which has been extremely successful with Adrian Chapman as well. We see there 1, 2, 8, 4, which is Cairani, All That Jazz, with Hugh Griffith by Caerini Volwt. Again, a face that's well used to success here at the Winter Fair and at the Royal Welsh as well. And in third at the minute, it looks to me like we've got Becklum Aurora, shown there by Rebecca Lamb. So Cathy will be looking for something that is sporty, something that's light on its feet, that will go on to do a ridden job, either in dressage, show jumping, eventing, or perhaps a future show horse. Cathy and her husband Peter have got horses of their own that they show very successfully in these sport horse and hunter classes. So she, I'm sure, will have an idea of what she's looking for. In her mind, she was very decisive a couple of weeks ago when she judged the Horse of the Year show, the Ladies Hunter there. And I'm sure she'll be equally decisive today. We'll know what she's looking for. And I think she's pulled again Salter Celtic Prince there with Adrian Chapman in top. Bred by Adrian as well. And in second, Hugh Griffith with Caerini All That Jazz. Again bred by the exhibitor. In third now. Not sure. What is that? We'll have a look. So 1, 2, 7, 9 there. Aurora Moomin. Anne Bassett's Aurora Moomin there. A slightly larger type there in second and third. But in first there, and I think you can see that she's gone for a very quality type in her foals and in her yearlings there. I think probably Adrian Chapman will be hoping he hangs on to that top spot now, and perhaps Hugh Griffith hoping perhaps to move up when she has a final look over, which I'm sure she will be doing. It's nice to see these young horses taking everything in their stride, the atmosphere not getting to them. It's obviously a very alien atmosphere for them, and it's lovely to see them. Bodes very well, I think, that they are behaving so well. So there we are, the top three, we can see them together. And, all three looking like lovely horses that will go on and excel, I'm sure, in any discipline that they're aimed at. It's nice to see so many people there watching the horses as well. Sure, everybody watching will be thinking, have their own opinion on how Cathy's doing, but she looks delighted to be congratulating Adrian Chapman there with Salter Celtic Prince and Hugh Griffith with Caerini All That Jazz.
Wel, yr enillydd yn y dosbarth yma yn mynd i Adrian Chapman gyda Salter Celtic Prince wrth y march Brocal Celtic Isle.
I have to say these horses look incredibly well for this time of year. Produced beautifully for us at the Winter Fair.
Ac yn drydydd, Aurora Moomin, da berchnogaeth Anne Bassett.
Well done, a great class, 15 in the sports horse class, and a lovely win.
It is for him, bless him, because obviously we've campaigned him this year, not overly, but to do this is his first sport horse class, so to win's all the more special. Yeah, so obviously, hopefully, we'll carry on doing sport horse with him now. Stamping the point.
Good. Well, congratulations, you've got the championship to think about now, and a lap of honour, so we'll let you get round. We'll catch up with you later.
All right, cheers.
Adrian Chapman yn ennill y dosbarth i ebolion ebolesin ardderch blwydd yn adran y ceffylau chwaraeon gyda Salter Celtic Prince.
And obviously, we'll be back in the horse ring later on. In the meantime, it's back to the sheep ring, and we'll join Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we are joining another championship section. So we are now going to be looking for the winner of the pure Lowland breed section. We didn't see any of these yesterday, Gerald, but lovely to see them out here.
Yes, indeed, and bit of colour variation this time, Em, to look at.
We've got a few coloured Rylands in there, so that's good to see.
Wickham and Dawson and Hammer. Nawr
Mr Glyn Owens,
pedwar o'r rhestr fer. Dwi am symud rhagor
seen earlier on done the championship in the hills, so
looks like he's been doing
a little bit more confirmation perhaps.
Yes,
on
yes.
These lambs.
Yes,
more hands-on this time.
Yes, we're heading towards the Suffolks, the Dorset and the South Down, so a slightly sort of meatier, heavier
heavier lambs, yes.
Yes.
Well, no, not necessarily heavier.
Not heavier, no.
But a bit more meat in the hand and wider type of lamb, yes.
Yes. So it looks like, it's hard to see from this angle what we got, but it looks like we got some Dorset horns there.
A mae'n ei senfwr yn pawn nhw arfer gwneud caws a menyn allan o'i llath i.
Yndi, mae'n ddafod yn y mam da.
As you said, we'd have the Rylands and Dorset horns and Wiltshire horns and South Down lambs.
I think he's just at the South Down lambs there now, and I can't quite see.
Should be a pair of Suffolks here somewhere, shouldn't there?
I think they're towards the back of the shot. We can't see them.
Y Ryland o iddo Geraint.
And I think is that a pair of coloured Rylands?
Yeah, mae sawl part y gêm a heddi.
He made a selection forward of his perhaps four, at the moment, four semi-finalists then, perhaps, shall we say?
So
we see the Geraint and of IT Davis then again out with another pair in the Lowland Championships.
Dipyn o waith paratoi.
Lot o waith paratoi. Lot o waith tri yn y trafod does cyn fynd. Pigo'r par gorau i ddechrau. Nes i bod rwan matcho, nes i bod y cig yn gwastad dros y cefn I gyd bob man. Iffrod o gwaith. Iffrod o amser yn crafu pens yn I meddwl hefyd yn trio gael
taking his time. Oh, and he's tapped out the winners there. Number 613.
And Hammer.
Which is
a par bachti.
Hammer and Wakeman Dawson.
Maen nhw'n bar bach lyflu, maen nhw I weld yn pwyso'r un peth.
Coloured South Downs.
We don't see them too often there.
We haven't featured them very often, no indeed. Weighing 85.5 kilos combined weight, so about 42, 43.
42.5, yeah. So
Each
sort
lamb.
of bang on what you
Weight,
look for in a lamb, Gerald.
Yes.
And as we've mentioned before, the winner goes forward and the reserve then comes in to take the chance of taking the overall reserve of the class. But Maynard's just going in to have a word with the winners.
How was that?
I'm still shaking.
Yeah, proud moment?
Yes, thank you so much.
And what's the history behind these?
These are coloured South Downs.
Because you're known for your South Downs, but these are quite rare, the coloured South Downs.
They're getting more popular.
Yeah.
As you can see, they're very good, so hopefully we'll get more and more.
And I'm sure a lot of kids will want these for Christmas.
I hope so.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done you. Llongyfarchiadau. And then, Geraint, very close again.
Very close, yeah.
Yes.
Bridesmaid this time.
So you're having a good show.
Yeah, tremendous. Can't fault it.
And Dad did a good job of preparing these for you.
Dad worked very hard.
Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn.
Diolch.
Da iawn.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and we're back in the food hall, and Nia is at the Bragdy Mona, or the Mona Brewery stall with husband and wife, Rhys and Catrin Angharad. And Rhys is just saying what we've heard previously. It was a very, very busy day in the food hall yesterday.
Mae gennym ni core range, mae gennym ni lager.
So the core range from Mona Bragdy is the IPA. And the seasonal brew, as it were, is Cwrw Medi, Medi being the Welsh word for September. And it's an American wheat type beer. It's slightly different to the other wheat-based beer that they have. And you can see the names there, Cereal Wyn, for example, and Eilian, and Cubby Felin. Those are the names of the saints that used to live on Anglesey many, many years ago. And they not only use local produce, but they use local artists as well. The graphic designer, for example, Rhian Angharad, was also from Anglesey. Bragdy Mona, this is the first time that they're at the food hall. They were with Cywain a few years ago, and the company was established by Hugh Gethin, who was Rhys' brother, and unfortunately Hugh passed away in 2021, and Rhys was determined to continue with the company, and Hugh was so enthusiastic about the company, and it's as if they're keeping his legacy going, as they were. We're so proud of what he established initially, so it was very important for them to continue. Nia just asking Catrin which is her favourite, and she just said, well, you know me, Nia, I'm very easily pleased. The IPA seems to be the most popular brew, the crowd pleaser, as Rhys said. But they also find that the seasonal beers tend to sell well as well. Now, Unos, the Unos Pale Ale, there was a Welsh tradition of building a house in one night, as it were, referred to as Tŷ Unos. So that's where that particular beer gets its name from. And Nia's just asking, is this a full-time job now? Is it taking over your life? And yes, it does. And they're fully committed to the success of the company. It's not just the brewing of the beer, of course, it's the selling, it's the marketing and everything else that comes with the running of a company such as this. And of course they sell the miniature barrels, as it were, which would, as Nia referred to, ideal for a party, especially if you've got a Christmas party and there's a lot of people visiting.
Well,
those barrels start at £20, of course, increase depending on which type of beer you decide to buy. And as Rhys mentioned, they're ideal for Christmas presents. The box comes in a square shape, easy to wrap. Yep. Catrin, for those of you who know, perhaps was associated with the Toffok drink, Her father, Dewi, established that company many years ago. Hopefully they won't have to carry too many of these home with them. Right, back to the cattle ring, back to Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we are now joining the Heifer Championship. So the
this is the baby beef champion of all of the heifers. Then we featured earlier on the class of champion of the limousine side or continental side.
Yes.
Now this is the one between the native and continental championship
and purebred. So we're down to the top three.
Top three, yes we are, and we have we've seen the 204 in the middle of the shot was a lovely limousine heifer, side heifer there, a continental coming through earlier on, so I would hazard to guess that she could be a strong contender for this particular. Usually the continental heifer or the limousine side heifer that usually features quite well on that.
So just look, there she is there now. Super heifer, isn't she? So on the far end we can see Angharad Davis with her heifer.
And there we go. There's number 204.
So the heifer from James May that we featured earlier on has taken the absolutely Queen of Hearts. Obviously taken the judge's heart as well.
There you go, and she's Queen of today then.
Absolutely.
Fitting name. Very, very smart, attractive heifer.
So her reserve will now come into the ring. So even though the reserve we saw earlier on was second in that class, she does have a chance now to take reserve of this one. So she could take it ahead of the native and ahead of the purebred champion as well.
Queen of Hearts was born on the 14th of January 2022. Mr. James May bred her herself. She's by Melbrek Hero out of a Belgian Blue Cross cow. The limousine is a sire and Belgian Blue is Crossbred is a mother, so there's a bit of Belgian Blue influence in there to probably create that excessive muscling.
It's interesting to note, actually, I was just looking up there then now, the third heifer in the class then, number 237. Oh, it's indeed, it's reserved to her, has taken it then,
through,
yes.
Odi, mae wedi.
Gwych. Diolch yn fawr iawn ti, Caryl.
Diolch.
Right, let's head over to the pig ring for our first visit of the day. So we'll stay with Emma and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, so we're just going to be joining now the championship pairs. So we followed some of the pairs competitions yesterday. So there's actually 9 pairs out here today, and the reason they get penned up like this is because with so many pairs in the championship, there's a lot of pigs, and it would be impossible for the judge to catch the eye of one of them, let alone the pair together.
He'd have a job to hold them side by side, wouldn't he?
Exactly, and we've said that the whole the trick of the pairs competition is getting a matching pair. So if you've got 2 pigs that don't even belong together, then it'll be quite difficult to judge.
Be entertaining.
We're very entertaining.
Quite a bit of difference in size in a lot of these pairs too. It's a small pair on the inside there.
Yes, absolutely.
There's not been split in weight, these haven't then.
But of course, we've got the winners of all the different sections coming through. So we've got your pork weight, your cutter weight, and your baconers. So there's a difference in weights there. And also we've got the different breeds as well. So we'll have the traditionals as well as the modern pigs there. But I wouldn't be surprised to see the Welsh breed come through here, because even with a lot of the crossbred pigs, it's the Welsh breeding that dominates in them as well.
It has dominated, yes, very much so in recent years. And there's a very very good pair of Welshes there, I'm sure, there, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Even the handlers are hanging onto the rails.
So hynny'n teimlad mor nerfus I chi fel cystadleuwyr. Pan ydych chi'n gweld yr...
Chi'n dod yn used to. You'd have a job to put a halter on one of these, wouldn't you? That would be entertaining anyway. Give us something to talk about.
That would be entertaining.
The handlers having flying lessons. Oh, we see a pair of saddlebacks there, look.
Yes, so they would have come through, obviously, as the winners of the traditional breeds.
Wel, wy'n gwybod Lenny.
Mae hwnna'n neud yr ennill yn gymaint mwy. A da chi di, mae bwyd ar y funud.
As I stated yesterday, and as what we can see here today, then the pig section has been very, very well represented, and fair dues to a lot of handlers have taken the effort to come here to the fair and promote their good product.
Dipyn o wahaniaeth.
Yeah. Increasing in numbers as we feature in the Royal Welsh Show, in the summer shows, and in fact, to be fair, there's a lot of pigs here on display today, isn't it?
Oh, it looks like the judge is coming to his decision. Now then, where's he going? He looks quite nervous, doesn't he?
Well, he does, yeah. It's a strong class, a very strong class,
oh,
isn't it, to be
absolutely.
fair?
I don't know where it says. Oh, there we go. I said the Welsh would take it, Gerald.
Yeah. I'm going to lose you. You're going to be out judging next to these pigs I can see coming off.
So the winners are Ella and Hugh Roberts. We see them here time and time again with quality pigs and the winter fair and the summer show. They work so hard, and that's thoroughly deserved.
Ie. O, maen nhw'n cael ambell I bresant, lle.
Ydy. A'r picture ffram.
Oh, da iawn. A fi oedd anes yn y young handlers.
So those pigs then were the winner of the purebred modern pigs, and they are the smaller. You mentioned that they were the smaller size, so they come in as pork pigs then, between 55 and 70 kilos.
Yn July ffrachol, dy fe?
And now we have reserve going out. And those were the Brindley Davies, and I think they came in under the Crossbred pig section, and they are crossbred pigs, and they were patron cross Welsh, so congratulations to them. Really great show down in the pig ring.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, second day of the Winter Fair. We're heading straight for the horse ring and we'll rejoin Bethan.
Yes, we've got the Sport Horse Championship now in front of us. So Cathy Bowdler has looked over her two classes, the foal and the yearling class. And we've got the winning yearling there, which is Salter Celtic Prince there with Adrian Chapman. And winning the foal class, we had James Knight with Honourable Bachelor. Second there, Cairani All That Jazz with Hugh Griffith. And the second from the foal class has also joined them in the championship, which was What a Yarn, Rosita Hamer's What a Yarn. So Cathy's got her work cut out to decide for her champion and her reserve now. So we'll see Salter Celtic Prince trotting up there. Cathy will want an athletic horse, I think, for this championship. Something that will go on to do a ridden job successfully, to excel in its own field.
Hugh Griffith. Gwrs y cymydog I Tillery.
Cairani All That Jazz. The atmosphere getting to him a little bit. Hugh Griffith, though, looking in a cool customer there.
Symud yn well rwan ac oedd yn y dosbarth.
Dwi'n wacio chdi bach dim ôl dydi. Ond mae yna breeding dressage yn y ceffil yma, so ti'n gallu gweld...
Giving a lovely account of...
Yn sicr.
Self there.
So mae jyst yn rhoi bach mwy o knee action a falle nhw'n cyfro'r ddear mwy.
Elliot Clifton, Emil Feddig.
And the second in the foal class.
And dangos ar ran Rosita Hamer.
Which is What a Yarn. Rosita Hamer's. Again, giving a good account of herself. And the last one to trot up will be James Knight with Honourable Bachelor, bred by Amy Miller, by Allenby Artisan, and the dam there, DPUK Night Dancer, an extremely successful mare. This year she was reserve for the Price Supreme in Hand at Horse Theatre Show, which is probably one of the most difficult competitions in terms of breeding stock for the horses. So she really is, really is bred in the purple there, Honourable Bachelor. So a final look. They're a lovely lineup there that she's got. I'm sure by now she's probably got a favourite, but we don't know who it will be yet. So a sport horse, of course, has got to go on and do something sporty. So conformation and movement, very, very important. Of utmost importance, because of course conformation leads to soundness, and soundness leads to sportiness, that they can do a job. Ever so pretty that Honourable Bachelor, beautiful. We'll see. I think she's made her decision, and it's going to be Salter Celtic Prince in champion and Honourable Bachelor there in reserve. So we've got the champion coming from the yearling class with Adrian Chapman. I'm sure he's absolutely delighted. And the reserve there coming from the foal class, which is Honourable Bachelor with James Knight. You can see she's gone for a very quality pattern of a horse, I think, there. The rosettes are out. Delighted Adrian Chapman. And Matthew Everett there, breeder as well.
Start to a sports horse career, is it? No, a very good start, bless him.
Oh, excellent.
So I'm just happy.
What's the future hold for that?
Hopefully I'm going to cut him end of next year. Hopefully then recommend his 3-year-old year, and then we'll send him away and see what he's going to do, whether he's going to be a show jumper, eventer, see what future holds for him.
Well, the possibilities are endless. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, David.
No worries. And we'll see you at the Supreme Championship later on, and wish you all the best of luck for that.
Thank you very much.
Diolch yn fawr. Llongyfarchiadau.
Thank you.
Off they go then for their lap of honour, which is Salter Celtic Prince, and he's off.
Campwriaeth yn adran y cyffyle chwaraeon yma yn y Ffair Aeaf. Salter Celtic Prince ar ei ymgais gyntaf yn cystadlu yn y dosbarthiadau chwaraeon.
Thank you very much, Bethan. So we'll head straight to the sheep ring now. And here's Gerald and Emma once again.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're joining another championship now. So we're looking for the winner of the pure Welsh Mountain breed section. So all the Welsh Mountain breeds are contested yesterday. The winners are all now back in the ring to see who will take the overall championship.
Well, it looks as if Mr. Owen has made a bit of a preliminary draw then and taken out, and there we haven't featured these at all, but we do feature them quite a bit, and you know, it is the Black Welsh Mountain, and to be fair to them, they have done very, very well in previous years at the show. So a pair of young ladies there then.
So far it looks like he's taken forward the pair of Talabont Welsh from Olivia Hurst, and the pair of Black Welsh Mountains, like you've said, just from TH and GL Williams.
Then would be the Llanidloe speckle and the Welsh speckle, they call them, isn't it, from up in the Devil's Bridge area that he's going to handle now.
Yes, and to the right then the pure Welsh Mountains from Mr. Davis, Gydamerydd Efalwen.
To come to the top of this pile, mind, to be fair, it'd be very, very good, because there is, oh, good grief, he's taken your Black Welsh Mountain.
He has, yes. And like you said, Gerald, they do well here at the summer show, and have done well again.
Just going through the numbers of who are competing in this, and there is in the pair of Badger Face Welsh Mountain, there was 28 pairs forward in that alone. So there is a lot of animals forward in representation in this class to become champion over all of these then. So well done to the Black Welsh Mountain.
Absolutely, super pair. And to the young ladies showing as well. So great to see young farmers coming through here at the Winter Fair and the Summer Show. And
say they're a little bit excited.
Yes, I would be as well, Gerald. Yeah, great showing pair of lambs, very popular in the show ring, aren't they?
Yes, they are, to be fair. Yeah. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of your decoration or your favourite decoration.
I was just looking, I just see a hint of the Christmas glitter on them. A little bit of sawdust as well, which is a shame, but
yes, cheaper than the glitter, perhaps, isn't it?
Yeah.
Works on the night, but they are black is black, isn't it? And
it's eye-catching.
It's eye-catching, it is, yes.
It's like when you saying about the black limbs, like in the beef section as well. There's something very special.
Solid coloured animals like that, and black on the background what they're on, and that is very, very good.
Oh, she's just mentioning to Mania there now that she hasn't actually shown herself in the Winter Fair for over 10 years. So quite a return to come back and take home that prize, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, to be fair.
Yeah. Very well done.
Ie, ha, blaen â ni wedyn. Wel, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Pob lwc yma ddech chi gystadlu. Diolch yn fawr.
Mae stondin cywain yn Neuadd Fwyd yn edrych yn hollol wahanol heddiw. Stondin wirnedd, yma mae cam, cocos.
Back in the food hall, and she did visit the Cywain section of the food hall yesterday, of course, and they are now promoting different companies to the ones that were here yesterday, and as you can see, there's a variety of products there available, and she reaches now Meinir from a company called Heifer.
Sut mae pethau mynd, was e?
Ydy'n iawn, diolch, ydy, mae'n brofiad da I gael...
And Meinir's just explaining that it's been a great experience being here, obviously this being the first day for her at the Winter Fair. And her mother in the Lampeter area used to keep a cafe, and it's a great joke amongst Mainir's college friends that she was hopeless at cooking when she was younger. And of course during the COVID period, Mainir being a supply teacher, she had to diversify, as it were, and then started cooking the brownies, as it were. And the brownies is the main produce that she's got here, and obviously it's a very competitive market, so how much experimenting did Mainir have to do initially? Well, she came across a couple of recipes initially, many of them including coffee as an ingredient, and she doesn't drink coffee herself, so therefore she had to look elsewhere, and a bit of Hathren magic included as well. Now that Hathren is a valley just close to the Cuman area, which is just outside Lampeter, of course, and that's where the name comes from. It's a family name as well, and of course living so close to Cuman, then it was a natural name to use for the company. So she's been busy in the kitchen yesterday, obviously, before coming here to the Winter Fair, and it's difficult to know exactly how much produce to bring to the Winter Fair. The car was full on her arrival today, and she's hoping when she goes back to Cuman that the car will be empty. And there she's just referring to the brownie there in a donut shape with a dairy milk on top of it. There's also a blondies, which is used with white chocolate rather than the dark chocolate, and the sponge cake as well. Her children are quite fond of that particular cake, and using the dairy milk as well. What are your hopes for the future then, Mainir? Well, I'm not so sure. I don't know. We'll see where it takes us, but it's keeping me busy. There's no doubt about that. And Mainir works in Lampeter. And obviously when she gets to work and she brings her brownies along, obviously all her colleagues are glad to see her arriving. Welcome back to the Royal Showground. We'll be heading for the news headlines shortly, but before we do so, let's go back to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we are. We're in the Baby Beef Steer Championship. Just a little bit earlier, we've seen the Heifer Championship. So the winner of this particular section will compete against the champion Heifer to become overall Baby Beef champion.
Ydyn, dau o'r safon di hwnt.
Yr Albanwyr wedi dod i'r brig gyda'r bistich felly.
The Lions has been working tirelessly for all morning on these exceptional quality animals of the future.
And
then he went for a black heifer earlier on. I wonder if he's going to do the same with the steers.
We have in the ring then Richard Whitfield and Mr. and Mrs. H.S. Dunlop competing for this particular prize. Two animals very, very close, 360 kilos and 361 kilos. So
oh gosh, yeah.
Tight, let's say, is the exactly the same. But obviously there'll be a little bit different variation. One may be a fraction wider and taller and longer and carrying meat in different places. But
that is something quite hard with these younger cattle to show, because a bit like children, these young animals, they go through growth spurts.
There we go.
He's gone for the red steer this time.
Top boy, Mr. and Mrs. H.S. Dunlop. So we got a red and black competing in the overall championship later on.
This steer will come back now for the steer championship against the Baby Beef winner of the native section, right, and also
I'm jumping my gun a little bit.
You are you're getting too excited, Gerard. And so we'll see this one against the native steer champion, also the YFC steer champion.
Ostrad Meirig fyna, i Rocky. Felly pwy sy'n mi fynd ar gil wobr, Calier?
And there we are, top boy. He is actually the top boy in this class.
Dues, named appropriately.
And I'm going to stick my neck out here now to say that it'll be a black steer taking the reserve in the Continental.
Yeah. Never guess, you won't gamble, will you? No.
April Fool.
So it was second prize steer that came forward from the particular section.
Yeah.
In the steers that came against.
Looks to be a slightly smaller, younger.
Oh, smaller, younger animal.
Yes. Yeah.
There we go.
I think he would.
Number 248. Richard Whitfield, Jack the Lad.
Lovely.
Got a very good matching pair of steers there.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely pair. Hopefully we'll catch up with them later on as they go through the championship.
Hope so, yeah.
Dim problem, diolch.
O'n ni yma yn pencampwriaeth y Sengla yn Cylch y Moch a mae'r beirniad mae'n agosau wan, so da ni...
We hop from the cattle ring over to the pigs then. So we featured earlier on the champion pair of pigs, and now we got the champion singles. And we can see now the judge has actually asked for one of the pigs to be let out into the ring. So we will get to see them parading in the ring, and the skill of the exhibitor here. So again, we're going to see the Welsh here, and I'm sure the Welsh breeding will feature very heavily in this championship as well. And a pork pig here now then, so on the smaller side. So the
unusual number in their names makes our life a little bit easier.
It
the numbers on the pig.
I think that's a good idea. I think they should do that with all the animals, to be honest.
Fair call.
Menter moch a hybyg I gadw fynd ar y cysylltiaeth yma. Mae'n tynnu'r bobl ifanc allan.
Interesting to see then if he asks every individual animal then to parade around. Just the one.
I think he'd probably take maybe singles out at a time, and then maybe ask for them to go back in their pen and bring them out again.
Yeah.
Strong record.
That one was the YFC winner. YFC winner single pig then.
used to it.
Yeah.
Used to it.
And a Welsh pig then. So it's good to see the YFC sections being included in the championships,
Yes, indeed, yes.
as was with the baby beef earlier on. So that's really good to see. And the YFC have actually done a lot of work with the pig industry with their Menter Moch scheme then, encouraging the next generation of small pig breeders. So very well done to them. And a really lovely porker there, isn't it? You know.
So do you eisiau gweld y ddau?
Very exceptional quality.
It is. We have the different terminology. We have the hindquarter in the beef, we've got the leg in the lamb, and we call them the hams in the pig then. As we know, that one has gone back to his pen, and then now this one has been let out, but no number on this one for you, Gerald. So we're going to have to rely on his handler. We see the Roberts family are out once again. This is number 914, which would have been the winner of the single pork pig, which is 55 to 70 kilograms.
Sy'n allan, felly swn i'n meddwl bod i wneud agos.
Now we can see some rosettes being prepared. So has the judge here come to his final decision?
See Mrs. Merrill Evans from Trousty there in Bilthwells there, holding the rosettes, keenly waiting to award. Trousty would be not too far and looking down on top of on the showground here.
We haven't mentioned, we usually do in the summer show, all the hard work that the stewards put into the summer and to shows here, and the show really wouldn't go ahead without them. So just a quick mention for the hard-working stewards. And we go to the winner. And so Hugh and Ella Roberts, they took the pairs earlier on with their porkers, and they've taken the single championship as well, again with their pork pig. So an excellent achievement for them. Showing here every year at the Winter Fair and also at the summer show.
They'll come up with a box load of pigs and go back with a box load of rosettes and trophies.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So,
is it a guess that say that the Roberts family are breeding exactly what is required? Very good quality animals, aren't they?
Dyna'r teip ma'n licio felly. A na ni, Hugh, Ella ag Anas yna.
Young lady coming in the background is going to help now.
Yes, very well done. I think they need more hands to carry those rosettes and cups home.
Yeah.
And she looks very pleased indeed.
Oh, gwych.
Silvo will be going up in value.
Don't forget, we're running a competition where you can win £100 worth in vouchers to spend at your local butcher. Visit the website for all the details. Now, read all about it. Was the supreme champion in the cattle section in the Winter Fair last year. How much was it sold for? 5,200, 6,400 or 8,000? Visit the website if you want to take part. Right then, before we leave you for the news headlines, let's have a final visit to the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. We're back with another championship in the sheep ring then, so we are going to join now then the championship for the pure continental pairs, and we featured some of these breeds yesterday, and now they are back in the rings today. We could just taken forward there now was Envis Williams with a new breed here at the Winter Fair, the Badger Face or Dasson Cop Texels. They really are quite eye-catching. And, you know how I like something a bit funny-looking, Gerald?
Yes, indeed you do, to be fair, yes. We'll have to stop you going up the ring now after to purchase them or something, won't we? But, yeah, we see like the blue texels, the, as we stated, the Badger texels and the belt tex and the ordinary texel in show. You see the Hall family there in the background there with the pair of belt tex. Featured the Halls very strongly, and they featured themselves very strongly in winning a lot of the competitions. What we've seen yesterday in the butcher's weights and the blue and the Dutch texel. So they will be a very strong representation in the finals here today.
I'm sure they will be indeed. So there we go. That's the pair of blue textiles. They do look quite a bit darker when they're clipped.
Yes, they do. Yes, indeed.
Like
Mae o'n mynd I wneud y job yn iawn. Mae'n job deud o fan hyn. Mae'r pedwar sy'n ni'n feddwl yn eiddo ennill.
So that's Mr. Chris Davis there with his blue textiles. And there we see number 664 was the pair of Beltex lambs from Hold. Super pair.
Tremendous pair.
Mae nhw'n sefyll yn dda.
The judge there now just inspecting the badger face textile pair.
Hon ydy'r
I would go so far to say that Hall's pair of lambs are a pair of lambs.
They're outstanding, aren't they? Yeah.
A pair of lambs. Tremendous.
Crafu ben dipyn nawr fan hyn yn dywe. Mae'n gwybod pa mor allweddol bwysig yw y cystadleuaeth yma. Mae'n symud
looks as if he's trying to get perhaps his first and second pairs side by side, so have just a little bit closer look. I don't know, but Mr. Owen knows what he's doing.
Wel, mae'n cadw ni ar flaen yn llawn nawr. Neb yn siŵr beth sy'n digwydd yma.
We have featured quite a lot of the Dana Eglwys, the I.T. Davis and Co. in previous prizes now winning in the mountain breed search, and now they're out here in the purebred.
Bob tro yn ffeir I ni rhywle, ydyn nhw. Mae rhyw fath o Beltex croes neu Beltex yn ennill. Carcass a'r byw. Mae'n edrych I fi fe bethau ar rhwng teulu yr hol o Gerl Llywelyd, yr Beltex a'r texel o iddo Anthony Turner, allt ffynnon Powys. Pwy un nawr ein allt?
Ysyn ni'n licio dweud y texel o ni.
At the top at the moment then we have the Beltex pair from Halls, and in second then the pair of British traditional textiles from Anthony Turner.
Mae'n cyffroi ma nawr.
That's quite a tough two pairs to judge.
Oh, indeed,
isn't
to be fair.
it?
Poor quality lambs, fair dues.
And turned out, I think maybe could that maybe be that little 1% extra?
Of course, it's whatever Mr. Owen decides is the interesting day. Then, as I quoted you yesterday many times, we don't see too many judges going around the front end and feeling the brisket.
No,
but then Mr. Owens did, so
maybe that's how close.
Listening to me yesterday, he was perhaps.
Yes, but maybe that just goes to show how close it is between these.
He's back to the business end here, though, isn't he?
Yes.
A tremendous confirmation, and you can see where he places his actual hands. Oh, there you go. It's the Halls that have come to the fore. That is an outstanding pair of lambs, and
really
go say they'll feature.
Ar ôl hynny, y dewis yw Teulu'r Hall o Gaer Llywelyd. Wow. Congratulations. How are you feeling today?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Yes.
Yep.
How was last night? Did you have quite a few, or did you go to bed early?
No, quiet night, you know us.
Have you been trimming these today again?
Done them this morning again, yeah.
Keep them fresh?
Yep.
No wonder that you're doing so well. Congratulations to you. Well done, you.
Thank you.
Yes, a successful fair for the Halls family already. Now we're about to leave you for the news headlines, but we will be back, of course, and we will be broadcasting from the show until 4 o'clock. But before we leave, let's have an update as far as the weather is concerned. It's just a little bit colder today than it was here yesterday, but it is going to be dry for the rest of the day. And as you can see, the temperature in the Showground area is 6 degrees centigrade. Tonight, there's going to be a lot of fog around and mist, but it's going to be a dry evening, and it's going to be close to freezing point in the middle of Wales, in mid-Wales there. The clouds will continue above in the east, but it will clear, and then by about mid-afternoon the temperatures could be between 11 degrees centigrade and 7 degrees centigrade. And for the rest of the week, it's hopefully going to be quite dry.
Mae dipyn cresach mewn man arall yn y byd, dwi'n siŵr. Wel, yndi, dwi wedi bod yn cadw llygad.
Yeah, and just mention the fact that it's going to be warmer in Qatar, and the warmest temperature there. It'll be about 29 degrees centigrade, and by the time Wales play England at 7 o'clock this evening, it'll be about 28 degrees centigrade. Of course, they're referring to that crunch game in the World Cup between Wales and England later on this evening on live on S4C as it happens, and the kick-off, I believe, is at 7 o'clock. Right, we will be leaving you now for the news headlines, but there's plenty more to come from the Winter Fair, so please rejoin us after the news headlines.
Da, cynyddu mae'r cyffron Qatar wrth i Gymru baratoi herio Lloegr yng ngêm ola grŵp B yng nghwpan y byd. Ar ôl mond sicrhau 1 pwynt o'i ddau gêm gyntaf, mae buddigoliaeth i Gymru'n hanfodol i gael unrhyw o beth o barhau yn y gystadleuaeth. Mi fydd hefyd rhaid i garfan Robert Page obeithio y bydd y gêm rhwng y ddau dîm arall yn ei grŵp Iran a'r Unol Daleithiau yn gorffen yn gyfartal, ond mae'r cefnogwyr a pob ffydd.
Wel, mae fe un o'r games yna nawr, mae rhaid ni'n mynd am popeth, achos os ni'n colli uno, ni mas, os ni'n ennill, mae'r results mewn ffordd ni'n mynd trwyddo, a wedyn ni mae'r parti yn cario mlaen.
Oedd Rob Page wedi gweud bod ni ddim wedi cael y perfformiad eto. Di hwnna'n debygol o ddod heno, ti'n meddwl?
Fi'n credu y Cymru Lloegr, mae fe wastod yn big occasion, a wedyn ni, mae'r boys, maen nhw'n gwybod beth mae eisiau nhw'n gwneud, mae rhaid nhw cael y 3 pwynt na heno, a wedyn ni gobeithio Iran a USA yn cael dro, ond as long as maen nhw'n mynd mas yn gwneud perfformiad, i bydd ni cyfnogwyr yn hapus.
Pa mor hyderus i ti y bydd Cymru'n cyrraedd yr 16 ola?
Y bêl-drod, ti wedi gweld y results sy'n mynd mlaen yn y tournament so far. So ti'n gwybod, ond os maen nhw'n mynd mas yn rhoi perfformiad mewn, fi'n credu bydd pawb yn hapus a gobeithio gewn ni 1-0 win fach.
Wel, yn y cyfamser, mae Gweinidog Economi Cymru wedi dweud bod yna gyfleon pwysig wedi bod i grefhau cysylltiadau economaidd Cymru gyda Qatar. Mae Fon Gething yn Doha ac yn dweud iddo gael trafodaethau am hawliau dynol gydag uwch swyddogion y wlad. Mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi cael ei beirniadu bod swyddogion wedi ymweld â'r wlad ac mae'r arweinydd llafur yn y Deyrnas Unedig, Sir Keir Starmer, wedi gwrthod mynd yn gyfan gwbl. Gallai safle newydd sy'n darparu offer ar gyfer y diwydiant niwclear greu hyd at 200 o swyddi yn Sir y Fflint. Mae ffatri Bocard UK ym Mrychdyn yn cael ei agor yn swyddogol heddi. Dyma fydd y safle cynhyrchu niwclear mawr cyntaf yn y Deyrnas Unedig, ac yn ôl y cwmni, creu swyddi i bobl leol yw'r flaenoriaeth. Ac am y tro cyntaf, mae llai na hanner poblogaeth Cymru a Lloegr wedi disgrifio hunain fel Cristnogion, fe nath canlyniad cyfrifiad 2021. Nodi hefyd bod yna gynnydd o 12% yn nifer y rhai sy'n dweud bod dim crefydd ganddyn nhw. Fe nath nifer y Moslemiad gynyddu 1.2 miliwn. Wel, dyna'r cyfan wrthai am y tro, ond mi fyddai nôl fan hyn gyda'r bwletin nesaf am 2 o'r gloch. Tan hynny felly, diolch am eich cwmni a pnawn da.
Croeso cynnes iawn. Yes, welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwydd on this, the last day of this year's Winter Fair. And of course, the first Winter Fair was back in 1990, and it has been a shop window for the best produce that Wales has to offer. And coming up this afternoon, we'll be looking at the Heifer and Steer Championships in the cattle ring. And which pair will win the Supreme Championship in the sheep ring. And we'll also feature the Welsh cobs in the horse ring. Well, during the course of the last 2 days, we've been asking you what you think will be the selling price at auction for the overall champion in the cattle section. And at the moment, the majority of you think it'll be between 7,500 and 10,000. As far as the sheep are concerned, well, 41.5 go for between £900 and £1,200. And as far as the horses is concerned, well, it's the Welsh ponies C-section who have your vote as far as the the horse championship at the Winter Fair is concerned. And you can also keep up to date on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Right, let's head straight to the cattle ring. And it's Gerald and Emma.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're back now with the baby beef steers for the overall baby beef steer championship. So in the ring at the moment we have the continental steer champion, which we just featured, and then we'll have the native champion and also the YFC champion out there as well. And there we go, the steer just having a look over, the judge rather, looking over the steer.
Yeah. I know you've been here for a couple of days.
I know.
But the native steer is, by their own rights, is very, very good. But I believe and would think that he should probably go for the continental. There we go. Yeah. So the continental reserve steer will come into the ring to take his place. Mr. Lyons has had a busy day and slowly getting towards the finale.
So the top boy is top boy once more.
There you go.
Nice animal as well, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. Heifer of the future, steer of the future, sorry.
Absolutely. So yes, as you mentioned then, his reserve will come in now to the ring. So just waiting for him to come in before he goes with it. The judge there has a landscape gardening business, but keeps a small herd of suckler cows. So there we go, number 245. Coming into the ring now.
Mr. Lyons would have featured this steer in the class earlier on, so I shouldn't imagine he'd be too long before he'll make his decision, because he'll already had his hands on. And
so another Scottish exhibit coming in. Bam Bam.
Top boy and Bam Bam, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah. I would imagine that they'll follow as a 1-2 once again. So rechecking this little steer once again. Having a look there at the YFC winner there.
Tremendous achievement for the young farmer to be out in the finale in the steer championship then.
Very nice steer, but I think he's just missing out a bit. Just the size and maturity of him, isn't it?
It's a pound it is, yes.
Yeah. So we've got the same 1-2 in the steers once again, and we'll see number 257, Top Boy, come out against the Queen of Hearts shortly now for the overall baby beef
champion.
I weld pwy fydd prif bencampwr y beef unigol yn y man. Dowch nôl ato ni.
Ma' na Sylwebaeth Saesneg. English commentaries available on this programme depending on your device. Either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C Viewers hotline and the details are on the screen. S4C yn dod ar ffair Aeaf I bawb.
So we're going straight now to the sheep ring once again for the crossbred section. So these are classes, we didn't feature them yesterday, but they're for specific crossbreds then. And most of the sheep or lambs that will go into the general market are cross sheep then?
Well, yes, but we have the hill flocks that retain their replacements. Obviously, as you stated earlier on, you'll have the male ram lambs, which only a selective few will go on for breeding, and the remainder will go into the food chain. And it is the same in the pedigree lines, but obviously crossbred terminal sires are bought to put on different ewes, and therefore so we have a pair of, I'm not too sure what they are.
And it looks like Daniel German, who has been taken forward. Now then, he did win a couple of classes yesterday.
Oh, Daniel, dwi'n nabod Daniel ys y dwrnod gath ei enni. Mae Daniel yn nai I mi.
So it looks like this has been taken forward with the pair of Welsh mountain or speckled ewes put to a Suffolk ram. Bit of a mouthful to get up
Yeah,
there,
indeed. You've done very well, yes.
So the father of those lambs would have been a speckled ram then, and put to a speckle or Welsh mountain ewe. And the reason that happens is that we keep the Welsh mountain ewes and your speckle ewes and your mule ewes because they've got good mothering qualities, good plenty of milk. But then we use the breeds like the Suffolk and the Texel and the Dorset and South Downs for the meat to produce
terminal
a prime.
sires, aren't they? Yes,
That is the term they use, terminal sire.
Yeah, a bit more work, tried a few more pairs and back in the same class again, really.
You are a lot of pairs here in total. How many?
Yeah, 15, yeah.
15 pairs! Very close to Geraint and Regular.
Yeah.
17 pairs.
Yeah, very close, yeah.
And what's so special about these?
I don't know, they've just been a nice pair of lambs all the time. But, I don't know, they've come tidy, yeah.
What time did you finish trimming last night?
Oh, we didn't do any trimming last night, we partied.
Hit the bar, yeah, I'm sure we won't talk too much about that now, but congratulations, Jim. Well done,
thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's hop over quickly for our first visit of the afternoon to the horse ring, and here's Bethan once again.
Well, now in front of us we have got class number 195, which is the Section C colt foals. And we've got Mr. Ddydd Mawrth of Aeaf Park in Aberystwyth judging, presiding over the Section Cs today. A very successful showman and also an accomplished judge. I think he'll be looking for something special, a special pony in front of him today, and hopeful of finding that special one to go on to take the championship. So he's having a good look at them. He's turned them profile so that he can see them all again, to compare them all against each other. He's got Glynwyn Gucci in there in the top spot, shown by Julian Williams. And in second, I believe, is Lynn Lord Bridgerton at the moment. In third, we've got Islyn Lord Bridgerton at the minute. So he's having a last look over them.
Ydy, mae'n amser anodd o'r flwyddyn efo'r cywion, really, achos maen nhw'n chyfalle bod yna gwahaniaeth o ran pryd maen nhw wedi cael ei geni, gwahanol misoedd, felly maen nhw ar stages gwahanol o tyfiant hefyd.
Carcass Hijinks in the minute, at the minute in second. David looks like he's thinking hard there. He can't decide what to do, I don't think. He's having another good look at what he's got third at the minute, which is Islyn Lord Bridgerton by Brynseon Red Knight out of Thistledown Valkyrie. And like I say, in top at the minute is Glynwyn Gucci, but he's changing his mind over something. Oh, we've got Islyn Lord Bridgerton coming up to second. And Carcass Hijinks in third, and the hat is off, so that's the decision made. So in the top spot we've got Glynwyn Gucci with Julian Williams, and in second we've got Islyn Lord Bridgerton, and in third we've got Carcass Hijinks. I'm sure that Julian Williams will be delighted, and also the Heppenstall family in Yorkshire who bred this lovely colt. They've had a fantastic year with the champion in the Royal Welsh as well.
stood on top for a long time.
Well, it was almost a battle of the brothers there for a little while with your brother in second place.
Yeah, for the second time this year. Yeah.
So tell us, this is a colt you've bought, Julian?
This is a colt we bought in to go back across our other Glynwyn Stallions fillies. So yeah, hopefully it'll work.
Oh, well, very
give it a whirl, and it's a nice start.
You bought the right type today, so well done, Julian.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Well done, Bob.
And there we are, Glynwyn Gucci in the top spot. And we'll see him later for the championship. Off he goes on his lap of honour.
Cystadlu yn yr adranec. Enillydd y dosbarth i'r cywion gwryw. Julian Williams gyda Glynwyn Gucci.
Welcome back, and we're at the Meat Promotion Wales stall at the moment, and Nia is joined by Owain Hill, who is a chef obviously and has his own restaurant called Hill's restaurant in Brecon, and the restaurant's famous for burgers, but he's going to be cooking two different cuts of steak, the ribeye and the feather blade. Two different cuts, as I said. The ribeye a bit more fatty than the other cut. And he's just asking how would Owain then prepare them. The ribeye will be cooked in the oven to start with, called a reverse sear, and then put them in a hot pan, and then they'll do it the other way around the second time, starting off in the pan and then put them in the oven to rest, and then and obviously that's sometimes is enough for some people, but Owain's going to do something a little bit different. He's going to melt some butter in the pan so that the flavour of the steak filters into the butter, as it were. Quite a few herbs there, of course. There's shallots, garlic, chilli, a bit of lime, red vinegar. And then the second time he'll be making a peppercorn sauce with brandy, and once the meat has been cooked, they will they'll melt join all the different ingredients in the melted butter and then put them in that bowl with the ice so that the butter resets, and then he'll make a quenelle, which obviously is a cooking method as far as it's a shape, more or less. And of course, Owain has a book called Straight Outta Cymru, which concentrates on burgers, and as Owain calls the burgers the greatest sandwich ever invented.
Mae'n dechneg, wyt ti'n yn deliver yn sôn am from the traditional or traddodiadol i'r audacious.
And he's just saying that in his book he refers from the traditional to the audacious, and he's just asking what do you mean by an audacious burger. And Owen just said he's made burgers with lasagna in it, which he's also done one with a burger with basically a Sunday lunch between two baps.
Sut dyn ni ddod at y burger I hun wan, ar cig, ar ansawdd y cig?
And he's just talking about the quality of the meat that he uses in the burgers, and that's what's very important. And in the restaurant, Owen just mentioning that all the produce is from Wales. He had 3 different cuts: sirloin, the short rib and the chuck. So there's plenty of fat there for the flavour and to keep the burgers juicy. And then they smash the burger so that there's a nice crust on top. And what he means by smashing is to squeeze it into the heat, as it were, so it sears everything inside, the juices and everything else. That's a good plug. All this information is available in his book. Obviously there's an audience waiting in anticipation, and that's Owain Hill from Brecon. Right, let's go back to the sheep ring quickly. Here's Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're now on to the last of the individual championship sections, and we're back with the butcher's weight section. So these are the crossbred lambs that were all entered. Lots and lots of entries yesterday. So they were all broken down into different weight sections, and we've got all those winners back in here today for the overall champion of the butcher's weight section, Gerald.
Yes, indeed. Probably you would say at the business end of the thing, because as the record is, that a lot of the butcher weights winners, champions have all gone all the way through to being overall. But this is a different day, but there's some outstanding pairs of quality crossbred lambs on display then. And a lot of mixture of breeds of these, a lot of with mixed textural bells Beltex, Tillery, they'd all be in there along the way, trying to produce them lambs with exceptional good shape and meat.
A race, yeah. A lot
of the regular vendors we see the hall representation there, just then shot coming into shot with another pair of tremendous
super,
lambs.
Absolutely super. They had a lovely pair of Beltex lambs in here on.
Indeed. They'll have bad backs the way they're leaning over these lambs all day long. I would anyway.
They've had a number of pairs, yeah.
Wow, mae hwn yn glod I amaethwyr Deyrnas Unedig.
In shot of the halls there with number 720 and they are 90.5, so they're 45, just over 45 kilos. That would be bang on the mark. I would think so.
Yeah.
And them lambs would kill out at a very, very high percentage. So probably still over 22s, but exceptional good quality lambs.
Yeah. Good yield of meat on them.
Oh, definitely so.
Yeah.
Mr. Owen has worked very, very hard all the way this morning and been in charge of all championships, so he will have handled all the best of the lambs which were selected from yesterday from their prospective winning classes, isn't he? And
well, to be honest, I don't know how he picks between these pairs because they are really like little they're peas in the pod, aren't they?
There'll be something that he will think that perhaps the one is slightly better in one element, maybe.
I wonder if we're going to see him go around and check the briskets again, because
probably so, yeah.
You know, if they're going to be that close once again, aren't they?
That's quite right. Oh, you're going to get your wish again? No.
I wonder.
Look in front on anyway.
It must be close for them to go on, because with this kind of judging, it doesn't really matter how they look on the head. Like with the breed, in the summer shows when we're going for breed points.
Brisket.
See. That's a way of checking the finish, which of course is the fat cover over the lamb. You can't see him now. We can't see where he's looking, can we? There's nothing to be given away here now. Or he's walking straight. Oh no, we haven't come, but he's coming back again. Dear. I thought he might have had a card in his hand then, but no, just checking the dock, as we've said. That's the tail head of the lamb, and that's again checking the finish, checking the fat covering.
The actual whole lambs in the centre do look a lot wider, don't they, than they but maybe they've just been trimmed a little bit harder, but
yes,
look exceptional width in the lambs, don't
they do. But somehow still looking balanced, not looking over extreme or anything. Good width in the shoulder, which would please Mr. Rattray, who was the judge of the carcasses earlier on.
That's the halls again that have come forward.
Absolutely.
90.5 kilos combined weight.
Bang on the money.
Bang on the money. You're quite right.
And so they'll be going forward now for the overall pairs championship, and they've got 2 strikes at the iron, I think.
Yes, indeed they have. Yes, so we featured. Yes, they have. Yes, indeed.
Having won with the Beltex pair.
That's down to Johnny, but I must say, the rest of the team at home.
Somebody has put a lot of work into feeding and trimming and preparing these lambs. I wouldn't say it would have been an individual performance, would it? A lot of people would have worked very hard to get to these lambs to the condition and
to have a word with
that they are today.
Bit emotional?
Yep, wee bit.
Why are you emotional?
It's just hard work to get here, and it's to win here and beat all these great competitors. It's good. Real good.
And the Welsh is quite special?
It is, yeah.
Why is it so special?
Yeah. It's such a good show, and the best of the sheep are here. Like, you know, if you want to win here, you have to beat them all. So that's it.
Well, fair credit to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations and good luck later on.
Thank you.
Reit a pencampwriaeth gynta'r cylch gwartheg.
Ja, wat is het? Hei da. Y garden goch yn mynd i'r Heifer o Lanfair y Miat. Yr Heifer o Gymru sydd wedi cael ei. Sir Fôn, very good. Yes, Tegby Jones. Cymru, o stad swn i'n neud ar y cair rygbi, boys. Ych chi, sioe lan elwedd.
Ers 2015, yr heffrod sydd wedi perchnogi pencampwriaeth y bif ifanc a phob un wedi magu adre yng Nghymru. 2014 oedd y tro dwytha i'r bystych sereni.
Dyma fo, Bowen a Bowen. Yr ail flwyddyn yn ôl.
Well, as we heard there, it's been a long while since the steer won the Baby Beef Championship, so let's head over now to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, thank you very much. That's quite an interesting statistic, Gerald. It's been heifers all the way since 2015, and also the Welsh bred as well, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here today with, I do believe, Top Boys travelled from Scotland.
Yes, indeed. Oh, they're a pair of exceptional good quality cattle all the way through the classes.
Absolutely.
And to be fair to Mr. Lyons, he's pulled out an outstanding pair to finish up. But the only thing that you can say is different between them is the colour.
Absolutely.
The colour certainly wouldn't matter in any form or fashion.
No, no, no.
It's the future animal, what they are looking for, which will go and hopefully have a successful career in showing for whoever purchases it, or whether the handler decides to keep it themselves.
Yeah.
And
they grow on to fulfil their full potential.
That's quite right, but unfortunately Mr. Lyon is still being the person that owns it to be able to feed it correctly and look after it and manage the animal.
A mae'n frwydr fan hyn nawr rhwng yr Alban a Lloegr. Lloegr yn erbyn...
It's a nice animal, the steer, actually. A very nice, very correct animal.
Ond fan hyn nawr, James May o Lloegr yn erbyn y teulu Dunlop o'r Alban, dy fe Caryl.
Ie, dyna ni'r ddau.
Mr. Lyon will make his decision shortly, and...
Fel da iawn, heifer da iawn, a eidon da iawn o'r teulu Dunlops.
Ie, James May sydd wrth ben yr eidon.
That's a great shot there now. It's interesting to see how a different angle can make them look so different,
yes,
can't they? Looking up at them. And that red steer, he's got...
Very attractive steer, to be fair.
He is, isn't he?
Very attractive.
Yes. Very well fetched in the hindquarter. Strong in the loin.
He's good throughout. He's very good throughout, actually, yes. Because as I say, a lot of animals, they will develop slightly different or whatever, and unfortunately Mr. Lyon hasn't got a crystal ball to see,
No.
It's only his professional opinion and how he thinks that these animals will come forward.
There we have the Queen of Hearts. She was the winner of the heifer baby beef. Lovely sweet heifer, isn't she?
Oh, indeed. Carries herself very well, holds her head up and saying, look at me.
Absolutely,
very
yes.
Nice pair of, very, very nice pair of animals to come through. As for Mr. Lyons to have a pair of good quality animals to select his overall champion from.
Maybe the steer looks a little bit more developed, a bit more mature. Listening on the judge.
To an extremely high standard. There's calves which have stood 4th and 5th, which are exceptional. But to have this sort of quality put in front of me is an absolute pleasure to judge. Some of the cattle here have been turned out to absolute perfection. The two that we've got here now, a heifer and a steer, are absolutely top of the tree. You wouldn't find a better heifer or a steer in a lot of calf shows across the country. So without further ado, I'll give my heifer the champion a tap forward and see how we go. Thank you.
So there we go, a few words from the judge there. And there we go. And there we go, it's the heifer that takes it. So the heifers still carry on. She is absolutely super, so still taking it.
Queen of Hearts. Come to the top.
Absolutely, so still keeping that winning streak going for the heifers since 2015. So there we go. Be interesting to see where he goes for his reserve now. Is he going to give it to the steer or go for the heifer? Now then, I'm going to stick my neck out here now. I reckon that the reserve is going to go to a Scottish animal.
I should have known there was a catch with somebody like you, because there's no betting on your behalf, is there?
But they're quite a pair, aren't they? You know, if he's going to go for a matching animal, the steer then he kind of stands alone almost, doesn't he?
Yes.
So reminding himself of how this heifer was. Is he going to go back to the steer?
Top boy at yr Eidon Coch. Le mae'n mynd, David?
Yeah, dwi'n gwybod...
Just going over the lie there.
It's almost though the selection of these animals, I don't want to sound crude in this particular decision that he makes. A steer has only one way to go.
Absolutely, yes.
The heifer can disappear out of the side. But anyways, reserve goes to the heifer again. And
I think... I think it has to really, isn't it? Because they're like a mirror of each other almost, aren't they? Yes.
To be fair to him, yes.
Yes. Very well done to the exhibitors there. Really wonderful pair of heifers, the champion baby beef overall, with James May's heifer, Queen of Hearts, and second then to Phoenix from Lindsay and Stuart Bett.
Not a lot of weight difference, 354 to 390. Not a lot, so we will see hopefully later on that perhaps Mr. Lyon will back his judgment and buy it, but we will have to wait and see.
Have a trot, dear.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, last day of this year's Winter Fair, and we're heading straight for the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. Now then, we've got an interesting one now. We have got the Pure Hill and Upland champion against the Welsh Mountain Breed section champion, so it's getting interesting here. And also we've got the champion YFC exhibit in here as well, so down to 3 pairs for the winner of this section, and already we can see that he's pulled forward the black Welsh Mountain pair that we featured earlier on, Gerald.
Yes, indeed. You stated that they were a very, very nice pair earlier on.
A pair, aren't they? I think
yes,
that's
indeed.
where these excel. Yeah. They really are a pair.
Yes, they are.
So they have taken the championship then, and we've got 2 here then. So the Dana Eglwys pair of, was it the Brecknock Hill Cheviot?
Yeah.
And then Russell Davies from Efail Wend with the Pure Welsh Mountains. So they would have been reserved to the Welsh Mountains.
That's right.
In the previous championship.
The Dana Eglwys have come forward.
And indeed, it's the Upland champions come forward for the reserve with the Brecknock Hill Cheviot. And she said earlier on that she hadn't shown here for nearly 10 years, and she's probably wondering why she didn't come back sooner.
Perhaps she should wait next year, 10 years, and she'll be lucky again. Perhaps because she might go for 10 years, and she might not be lucky, but well done to them. Very good pair of lambs.
Very sweet, sweet pair.
Well, don't forget, there's more than one way of watching our coverage from the Winter Fair. You can watch on the internet, on S4C Click, and we're all over social media, of course, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Well, earlier this morning, we saw Tillery with Rob Rattray in the Carcass Hall. Rob being the butcher, of course, who was judging the single lamb carcass competition. But now, of course, we've got to the stage where we are selling the carcasses. And apparently the lamb pair carcasses got a decent price. I think it was about £400 each. But the bidding here is for the single lamb carcass. And amongst the people bidding, of course, will be quite a few butchers, I'd imagine, obviously.
A mae hwn, so, yn amlwg, mae'n teimlad falch yn dydi, reit ar diwedd y ffair, mae pawb yn dod at ei gilydd, a dyma ni'r pinnacle mewn.
As you can see, it's quite busy there in the Carcass Hall for this particular auction.
Mae gen ti clus well na fi,
And we're up to £200.
Be dyn ni fyny at ŵan? 400. Waw, mae hwnna'n anhygoel. Wyt ti'n gallu gweld pwy sy'n bidio? Cos dwi'n stryglo weithiau i weld. Mae'n
And we're up to 400.
So hwnna, ath y para am 400 hefyd yn do?
Do, so diolch yn neud andros o bres mawr i feddwl. Mae'n pleisio yn dweitha.
So mae hwnna lawr o dipyn lawr o blwyddyn dweitha, lle? Ia. Mae dal yn swnio fel lot i fi, ond piti os yn llai. Chwarae teg, mae'n job.
And the auctioneer, fair play to her, is working very hard, and she's finally sold for £400. Obviously, we can't see exactly who is the winning bidder, but that's for the overall champion.
So no, yeah, so reserve beyond that.
So that.
Ac o ti, pam ti'n chwilio am bethau, cos yn amlwg, fel pigydd o bala, mae gen ti'n neud lwcus, ti'n cael bath o go lleol, really.
Da ni'n prynu'r ŵyn i gyd o'r mart yn y bala.
So lawr o ffordd yn ddynol.
Just lawr o ffordd, ie, pob beth yn lleol.
So now then, we've gone on now to sell. This is the Welsh bred champion carcass.
So the first carcass we saw went for 400.
Yes, it did, yes.
So reit, be dyn ni fyny at efo'r is pencampwr?
And the Welsh bred Carcass is catching up with it quickly.
It is, we're already up to 300.
And we can also see there'd be a bit of a weight difference as well. It looks a bigger Carcass as well, so quite possibly it's up to 600 already. So
Wel, diddorol. A hwnna di'r is pencampwr yn mynd am...
Mae o'n pwyso chydig bach mwy, ond dim llawer mwy.
Yeah, you can see obviously it's a
Diddorol.
heavier weight, isn't it?
Yes.
A dwi'n meddwl ti'n cofio lle oedd yr is pencampwr o? O'n i'n meddwl, mae'n Cymru o.
Well, she worked hard. She looked more than for 600, but there we are. 600 was the selling price.
And also as well, with it being the Welsh Winter Fair, there's a little bit of kudos as well to buy the best Welsh Carcass here as well.
A Nelly am y plisio na tro nesaf. Diolch yn fawr. Diolch yn fawr.
Right, let's head over to the horse ring, and here's Bethan.
Well, now we've got the filly or gelding foals. Ddydd Mawrth has made his initial judgment, and he's seen them all individually, and now he is going to come to a final conclusion. So it's nice to see him walking all the way down the line and giving everybody a good look. Even though they perhaps hadn't caught his eye on the initial go-round, he of course has seen them individually and may have seen something that he likes very much. But at the minute, at the top of the line, we have Ormond Ruby's Pride, shown by Dorian Lloyd there. And in second place, Ryan Wilson, showing Gemma Morris's Border Valley Queen of Dreams. And I believe in third place, that's Cameron Sage's Bryn Carnau Maggie May. So once again we see David turning them and seeing them all in profile so that he can make a final decision. I think that is Ditton Pryor's Honeysuckle there in fourth. But we'll see what he decides to do. Of course, he did switch a few round in the last class, but the hat is off, and I believe that it's Ormond Ruby's Pride that takes the first spot with Dorian Lloyd. On behalf of Richard Morgan, the breeder there. Dorian and Richard formed a winning partnership last year, with Dorian taking the championship for Richard, and I'm sure he'll be hoping he'll be doing the same thing again this year with Ormond Ruby's Pride. And in second place there we've got Ryan with his partner Gemma Morris's Border Valley Queen of Dreams, bred by the pair. And third there we've got Nathan Sage, showing Cameron Sage's Bryn Carnau Maggie May. So I'm sure that Dorian will be absolutely delighted with that. It's a bit of pressure coming back, having had a championship in the former year. So I'm sure he'll be very pleased to have this first place. And the same for the breeder as well. Albeit last year it was with the yearling colt that they had champion. This year it could well be with the filly foal. We don't know yet. We'll see. So there we are. Ormond Ruby's Pride wins the filly and gelding foal class. Off she goes on her lap of honour with Dorian Lloyd there. So off she goes. We'll see her again later. That's Ormond Ruby's Pride there and Dorian Lloyd.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and we join Nia in the home crafts section, and she's with Will Williams from Felinheli up in North Wales, who's been competing in the a clock in any medium, and Will has been works a lot with wood, and you can see the display of the different types of clocks that have been amongst the entries this year.
That's the beauty. The Royal Welsh are very good at coming up with new classes, new titles, and they keep it quite open, so any medium means it's open to a lot of crafters then.
And different interpretations. Now then, this is the clock that Will has made from zebrano wood, which he obviously purchased. He's not sure from which country it comes from, and as Nia suggests, it's called zebrano wood because of that distinctive zebra type grain.
Absolutely.
Ydych chi? Faint o waith ydy hwnna, Will?
Mae hwnna yn tua €3-4 o waith.
Well, Nia was just asking how long it would have taken him to have made it, and according to Will, it took him about 3 or 4 hours.
Yes, it's quite the challenge is to get everything so perfectly even and round, and then finishing it as well, isn't it? So getting it smooth, and they must oil it or wax it or something then.
Will learnt his craft at Coleg Menai up in Bangor about a quarter of a century ago now. And as Nia said, yeah, boom, boom, time flies, Will. Anyway, let's look at the ones that came to the fore. 3 different types of clocks there.
So we can see one there with like a decoupage or painting, yes, cross stitch in second there. Yeah, a lot of, as it says, as time goes by, a lot of time does go by with cross stitching and the details.
Exactly.
And then, yes, the painted dog then having taken third. It's quite hard to judge a class like this with so many different mediums of craft there. How do you judge it, and how do you start?
Well, as Will was saying, it's learning a craft such as this, regardless of which medium you work in, obviously doesn't come overnight. And Nia's asking, if I was to visit your house in Felinheli, how many clocks, for example, would I see? Well, according to Will, he quite often would leave his workstation or whatever, and be it clocks, be it stalls, be it bowls or whatever, he'd walk in and his wife would say, "Oh, there's nice, Will, but where am I going to put it?" And Nia's just asking, do you find that a craft such as this is still as popular as among young people? And Will believes yes, it is, because there are different sources of places where you can go and find how to actually make something, be it Facebook or social media or whatever. All those platforms are available. I mean, quite often people would visit a YouTube channel perhaps to see how something is actually made, or
yes, it's just quite a common theme really amongst artists and crafters and makers is how do you compete with mass-produced stuff in these shops. But he's saying that he gives his items as gifts quite often. It's just very, very special, really.
Will's saying as well, he gets an awful lot of pleasure as well from his ability as a craftsman.
Wel, da chi ddim yn mynd i fod yn gaeth yn Llanelwedd 'ma
And yes, just saying that you're not going to be here all day. Yes. You need to get back home by 7 o'clock so you can be sat in front of the television. What's he wearing underneath? There we go. He's got the Welsh football shirt on, ready for tonight's game. How's it going to go, Will? Well, Will believes that Wales will win. But it's difficult to know because we're obviously very dependent on results elsewhere. It would be a shame if we were to beat England 3-0 and we needed to beat them by 4. That would be quite cruel, but hoping for the best. We need the USA to have a drawn match against Iran, but then 1-0 would be enough for Wales and we can celebrate, but we'll see how it goes. Let's hope it doesn't go to extra time. Well, there we are. That's Nia with Will Williams from Felinheli.
Pwy fydd brenhines yr heffrod, sgwni?
Well, now we look forward to the Heifer Championship.
Reit i'r Heifer goch. Ie. Cymro yma, yn ennill. Wel. O fecha, well done. Da iawn. Bencampwriaeth yn aros yng Nghymru, Gareth.
Teuluoedd o Gymru sydd wedi bod yn amlwg fan hyn, 5 gwobr gyntaf mewn 10 mlynedd.
And for the last 5 out of 10 years, it's been won by a Welsh family.
A dyna ni. Read all about it. Yr heifer ddi wedi mynd â hi.
Well, read all about it. Made the headlines last year. Let's see how things are going to be at this year's Winter Fair. Let's join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, thank you very much, Gareth. We followed many of the classes yesterday for the heifers. We had a very diligent judge. I wonder if he'll be just as diligent today.
Yes, and he's joined today, though. That was Greg Willis, and he's joined today by Stuart Clarkworthy. We didn't feature much of him yesterday because we didn't see too many of the steer sections. But anyway, it is a combination today of the 2 judges, and they will have to agree.
That's it. They come together.
Well, yeah, whether they agree or not, I don't know. But
I hope they'll agree.
They do hope they agree. Yeah, fair comment. Yeah, but it is there. The 2 of them then today will decide both Heifer Champion and Steer Championship, and then obviously then there will be an overall championship. I think it's customary that they will probably, Mr. Greg Willis will have the honour of champing out his champion heifer.
Yep.
And then Mr. Clarkworthy probably later on we will see will have the honour of champing out his steer champion. And we've seen both judges then when it comes to the finale, both touching the animal out at the same time. But we will see. These 2 gentlemen have to agree to select their champion heifer first. A very good section of heifers. A lot of judges have a little bit of different style of judging and that, so whether they will select from the 12 animals that are on display here or whether they will whittle them down a little bit. Personally then I would select a few heifers forward which you sort of think maybe within the chance of doing the job, and then leave the rest at the back. But some tell them to actually go out the ring, which I don't personally think that's quite right. But we'll see. Well, it's up to the 2 men in the ring to decide, Mr. Greg Willis.
It is quite interesting. Well, like with the butcher's weights and the lambs earlier, we had the section winners come together for the overall butcher's lambs. But in the continental sired animals, we've got all the section winners, the weight section winners in the ring here today. So maybe they should have had their own little championship first. I don't know.
Well, okay, fine. As we can see from that shot there, then the ring is very cluttered at this moment.
Although,
and we are looking for one champion, aren't we?
Yeah, but
and
then
a reserve, obviously.
It's quite a sight to see as well.
Oh,
so,
fair comment, but
yeah, something for the.
There's a long period
audience.
of time going to go here. Mr. Clatworthy, this will be the first time that he would have actually had any hands-on on these animals, so he have to examine every single one of them.
Yeah.
Now, whether Mr. Willis will be able to remember what he felt yesterday and that, but he'll have to refresh his memory, obviously. But Mr. Clatworthy here then will have to examine every animal that's got to this particular stage, have his opinion, and share his opinion with Mr. Willis to see if they can agree, as we stated earlier.
So he's a butcher as well, and keeps his own flock of sheep and suckler cows. So I'm sure he's got in his mind what he's looking for.
Oh, fair comment.
And he'll try and find the closest match. In
what every competitor hopes for is that the both judges will try and fight who can purchase the animal at the end, so then they increase the value of it. But I don't know if that will happen. There's a lot of animals here then in this particular championship for like both judges to decide on, and
so he's just inspected the Welsh black heifer. Now he's moved on to the red heifer from the Edwards family. We featured her yesterday, Miss Style Regina.
I do believe incorrect in stating that she was second in the Agri Expo up in Carlisle, or reserve, I should say, in Agri Expo in Carlisle. So
the
she's got a good pedigree behind her.
Pedigree Limousin
winning
heifer. And there we go. There's the heifer judge as well, reminding himself
of what he's seen yesterday.
Yeah, he had a lot of heifers to go through. So
yes, he had a lot of heifers to go through. Yes.
Ond tipyn o ffordd I fynd yn y bencampwriaeth yma, pencampwriaeth yr heffrod, a dyna I chi olygfa. Felly dowch nôl ato ni.
So we've quite a lot of work left to do for these two judges, so we'll rejoin them later on.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. I did straight over to the horse ring, so we'll rejoin Bethan.
So we've got the yearling colts in at the minute, the Section C yearling colts. So Ddydd Mawrth has once again given them an initial judging, seen them all individually, and he's now making his final decisions. I do believe that we've got Mr. Bryn Jones showing Glebedale Deja Vu in top, owned by breeder Kitty Bodley. And in second, we've got Tony Newman with New Gap Prince Philip. And in third, it looks to me to be Jack Bowman with Llywydd Canelo, but not entirely sure at this point on that one. But certainly in top, we've got Glebedale Deja Vu. And in second, we've certainly got New Gap Prince Philip at this point in time. But of course, we have seen Mr. Ddydd Mawrth swapping around his lineup, although as of yet he hasn't swapped his first, but we don't know what he might do. Kitty Bodley's Deja Vu there with Bryn, shown by Bryn, produced by Bryn, looking a picture with Bryn right now on the screen in front of us. Bryn concentrating hard there, watching the judge the entire time. I think David will want something that's very pony. So far he's gone for something that's very pony, but also very quality and correct. Tony Newman has travelled over the bridge to be with us today and is showing Section C New Gap Prince Philip there, bred by Mr. John Welsh, by Synod Apollo out of New Gap April Dawn. He's thinking hard, having a good look. And yes, that is correct. So I was correct earlier. It's Jack Bowerman in third. So Llywydd Canelo there. Oh, but there's a change. So we've got number 1365 now coming to the winning... to the third spot, sorry, which is William Bassett with Winder Definitely Maybe. Well, it was a bit of definitely maybe, and now he has decided that he definitely will have him in third. So that's our top three, our top four as it stands then. Glebedale Deja Vu, New Gap Prince Philip, and Winder Definitely Maybe, Llywydd Canelo. Glebedale Deja Vu has it then. The hat is off. These colts are a bit excited with a bit of applause by the look of it. Feeling fresh this morning. So I'm sure Kitty will be delighted there to receive the first place today.
Very much so, and to be fair, we're just glad to get him back in the ring. We had a tough old summer with him, and first red I've had here. So
we will be seeing Glebedale Deja Vu and Bryn back later while they have a shot at the championship on Kitty's behalf there. So we'll see. We've got one more class left in the Section Cs before we see who takes the championship. It's nice to see congratulations there. And off they go, Glebedale Deja Vu and Bryn Jones on their lap of honour. He looks full of himself there this morning. Lovely colt. And I'm sure he'll take the eye later as well. So that's Glebedale Deja Vu on his lap of honour there, and New Gap Prince Philip.
Dyma ni ta, pencampwriaeth y defaid.
A Texel oedd o Steve Master ag Ymyd Aberhwni. Y Dutch Texels oedd o Steve Master, pencamper allan o'r adran y brydau cyfandirol. A dyma ni, y foment fawr. Y Beltex, Dutch Texel neu'r Texel sydd wedi syrenu ym Mhencampwriaeth y Defaid. Iwan! Sir Gar! Y Cymro! O Sir Gar! Yn ei gwneud.
Good boy, Iws Meirion a Llino.
Ac eleni eto bryd cyfandirol fydd y ffefr yna, ond pwy fydd yn dathlu? Llongfyrchiadau mowr iawn ydyn nhw.
Yes, it's the highlight of the Winter Fair in the Sheep Ring, so let's head over straight away and join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're now coming to the culmination of 2 days of competing in these lamb classes, and here we have the best of the best out together in the ring for the overall champion pairs.
Yes, indeed, a good day and a half anyway of hectic business. The selling after will come really to 2 days, isn't it? But,
and a very hectic morning this morning with all these championships. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yes, indeed. Very, very good pairs of lambs on display.
Looks like we might have had a bit of selecting going on already, and he's taken forward those coloured South Downs we had that caused us a little bit of confusion.
Yes, indeed.
This morning. And the winners of Daniel
Balls are in the centre there. We featured them basically all the way through the show in first prizes in the majority of classes, and exceptional good lambs, to be fair.
Just seeing a prize being given there to Daniel German there, so I'm not sure what prize he has won. It's not the championship, but that's the pair of crossbreds we saw earlier on. So we have here
the halls here then with 2 720 are the crossbred. Sorry, butcher's weights.
And then the winners of the pure continental.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And the pure lowlands, and then it'd be the highland, upland and hill area, wouldn't it? With the crossbred.
No, the crossbred winners they were.
Yes.
Butcher's
weight have favoured very, very strongly in past years, haven't they? So it will be interesting to see. Mr. Owen has handled these lambs on many occasions to get as far as this, so once more, just to refresh his mind.
It's very close between these two centre pairs, isn't it?
Fedrith unrhyw beth ddigwydd. Da ni wedi gweld hyn o blaen, pawb yn meddwl bod un par yn mynd i ennill a mae'r beirniad yn mynd efo beth arall.
Yn rhoi sioc I bawb.
As we've seen over the day and a half judging, we've seen a lot of judges and their different way of judging and different way of handling them, but obviously most of them got a routine, and they will obviously go to the loin first and then to the shoulder and then back to the dock, and then as we said they'll go round to the brisket and whatever. But like you said, Mr. Owen here has been hands-on on all of these lambs to get to this particular stage, so he's quite confident in his decision, or the final decision he's going to make. We alluded to many times, the butcher's weight lambs have come to the fore a lot of times in previous years, and it'll be interesting to see if they come to the fore today.
Ydyn nhw'n mynd I ennill yr adran yma, mynd I ennill unwaith yn rhagor? Nhw sydd ennill dros y 2 flynedd ddiwetha, adran y pwysau cigydd.
So I do believe then that the Halls took the Beltex pair on the left there and the Butcher's pair of theirs in the centre there. So they've got a 50% chance of taking something.
I would say so, yes. I think I'd stretch my neck to say they have a slightly bit more than odds than 50%, but one man's decision matters.
It depends what he's going to go for, because that Butcher's weight pair has the width and the power, but that Beltex pair is very neat, very sweet.
Yes, indeed, to be fair. fair.
The only thing that we can't judge on is how they handle, isn't it? How they
they'll
feel.
handle exceptionally well, because they wouldn't have got this far in the competition if they didn't. But I'll put my money on the butcher's weights. And I'm not a gambling person.
Well, they came in.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
I was about to say they've come in at 90 kilos for the pair, 45 kilo. For me, that's bang on the money, and obviously the judge thinks the same. I mean, that's absolutely fantastic.
That is a good pair of riders.
For all the pairs and the effort that they've brought here, you know, that hard work has paid off for them, and we'll just listen to Maynir speaking to them now.
You can have a moment. Come on, you've got to sum up how you're feeling now.
Just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Just a bit.
And the third time you've done it?
I think so, yeah.
Johnny?
Yeah.
It's all good fun, isn't it?
I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun on the way back to Carlisle this evening.
Will do, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I definitely will do that.
Yeah. What does it mean to you?
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So it is, it's good.
And how many of these have you got?
We brought 6 pair here this time, so...
And 2 in the final.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
And it's good.
Yeah. Well, keep up the good work.
Thank
and
you.
A massive congratulations
Cheers.
to you. And safe journey home.
Thanks.
And behind you we have Mr. John Hall himself. Well, come here, you. Amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. You've bred these?
Sorry?
You've bred these? You've been competing all these years? 25 years you've been competing?
Something like that, yes. Yeah.
And you must be proud of them, working so hard now.
Yeah.
But you're still at the helm, still keeping them together.
Well, I watch a lot.
But you've taught them everything they know.
So, well, they know anyway, don't they? People like this, it's instinct, isn't it? They know. And it's it's experience and practice and hard work. A lot of hard work. Joanne's got a bad back and Johnny's got a bad knee. Typical of working with sheep.
But they keep going to the bitter end.
Of course, yes. Yes.
Determination.
Yes.
What's the secret to your success?
I don't know really what the secret to my success is. I suppose it's the fact that I've lasted 60 odd years. Like since I left school. Doing the bit, yeah.
Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have to learn some Welsh.
That will be difficult.
Well done you. 2 pairs in the championships
Thank you very
and winning
much.
overall.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cheers. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. It's going to be very busy in the cattle inn, as you can see. Quite a few people there already observing what's going on. So let us join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. We're back with the Heifer Championship then, and it looks like we've cut the numbers down a little bit then. So some try and
well, he's whittled the class down to say the main contenders within the Heifer Championship, or what they think are the main contenders, and as I alluded to before, it's a joint decision between Mr. Willis and Mr. Clatworthy.
I think it's a good way of doing it, certainly in theory, but then you got to have two judges come together, which
well, that's fair comment, yes. They had a lot of cattle to examine because there was obviously 12 section winners that went through into this particular section, but so they've been through a bit of an elimination process, but the elimination process then is varied opinions on this. Like you just need to tap. Perhaps the ring is big enough to just tap forward the main contenders, which you think are in with a shout. And
we've lost some of the native breeds there, and it's a big thing for those to come forward. Especially this year, we had that lovely short-horn heifer from yesterday. I know it's a different kind of animal, but again they're excellent examples of what they represent. Now then, have they made a decision? We haven't really featured many of these. We've got to the right then, the winners of the continental bred sections yesterday, and I believe up the top we've still got the pedigree Limousin heifer and the Charolais sired heifer.
That's quite right.
Shame we haven't seen too much of her because she is some unit.
There's a large unit on legs, that is, 710 kilos then. So
as I was taught a bit of stock judging, you'd have to put her first or you'd have to put her last.
Well, that's quite a good statement, yes. But, you're correct in what you're saying, because you struggle to find a similar type to have to go out as reserve to her, wouldn't you? Like, so.
You can just see her to the right there now. She's quite eye-catching, isn't she?
Yeah, very long and powerful animal.
Heck of a
lorry load of meat on it.
Back end on her, absolutely. And we haven't seen much of the Charolais for quite a few years yet.
No, indeed, no. It's the limousine seems to have dominated in the past.
Statistics-wise, we're going to be going towards this end of the lineup.
Can you phone them up and give our opinion, is it?
I don't know if they'd be brave enough to put us two in the ring as judges.
The time that they've deliberated and that, they must need a third party to intervene, perhaps. I don't know. I'll give them my opinion,
Oh, then the handlers there you can see them working really hard there. Number 33, the heifer Black Beauty we saw yesterday from Castle Farm Feeds. And the heifer there then, number 66, who we saw yesterday from the Edwards family, Baby Guinness.
The Edwards family have two in here actually. David Bishop is there, and Neil Lloyd is in there for Castle Farm Feeds. And Castle Farm Feeds have two representations actually. The Charolais heifer belongs to them as well, Elbert Williams. So basically we've got, what have we got then? Two pairs and two individuals. Yes, and the six animals,
I'd almost go and put the Charolais and that pure limb as well. Two powerhouse heifers up the top there. Just listening to the judges.
To Mr. Greg Willis. Croeso.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to Society for inviting me here to judge. It's been a pleasure. And secondly, I'd like to say thank you to the exhibitors for all the excellent cattle that have been put forward. It's been a very strong class all the way through. Some exceptional cattle. The cattle have come in the ring now today, and it's hard pressed to find the right one. We have whittled it down, and I do believe we've chose the right animal for the day. It's just, as a butcher and a farmer, we're looking for an animal that's not hugely overweight, so he's not cutting big eyes of meat, and something that's obviously finished. Well, thank you very much, and thank you.
A dyna ni, Greg Willis,
There you go, you've heard Mr. Willis giving some of his explanation anyway. Thank goodness he didn't take as long to explain as he has to judge, but...
Well, he did say in his reasons there that he wasn't looking... Oh, there we go.
Here's number 66. The Edwards Heifer.
Baby Guinness has come out on top. I'd imagine he'll go back to one of the black heifers for the reserve, as he did say he didn't want one that was too big. It's very well done to the Edwards family.
Very nice heifer, very correct actually.
It is,
very good
yes.
On the top and exceptional rear end. Yeah, very good showy animal.
Oh, of course now then we're bringing her heifer, who was reserved to her in her weight section yesterday. So she was a red heifer.
She's 596 kilos, so she's 600 kilos. So it's the middle of the road weight that they have actually selected. It'll be interesting to see now what they put out in reserve.
Anhygoel am stori yw hi fan hyn, yn barod eleni. A mae pencampwriaeth yr Eidoner bystych I ddod wrth gwrs. A mi fydd mwy o ddrama yn fyny, ond...
One hand on the cup.
Diolch o galon.
Yes.
Pencampwraig, chyddiannol iawn.
Lovely heifer though. Very nice, yes.
Y cae eich adlog gwarchiadau. Arbennig.
Ifan just having a chat with the winner.
Mae hon yn heifer special, o pawb yn gwybod hynny. Ond beth sy'n gwneud yn fwy arbennig am hwn yw'r ffaith bod I wedi magu adre?
So just saying that she's a very special heifer, but what makes it a little bit more special is that she's homebred.
Mae'n special I ddod yma, mae bob un yn I mewn yn special.
I'm just saying that everyone that comes here is very special. He took it with eye candy back in 2019. Asked him, did he think he can do it again today? But he said he's not looking that far ahead. And there we go. Grandmother and grandfather watching on, obviously looking very proud as well. And we'll see her out again for the overall championship.
Yes, without a doubt, we will be returning to the cattle ring. There's plenty going on there, and Nia is in the handicrafts and in the cookery and produce section. And this particular cake was made from Charlotte Thomas, and she was competing for the very first time. So and somebody else who's also competing, or has competed rather, for the first time is Sioned Hopkins, who's from Ceredigon. And just what made you decide you were going to compete? And she's not really quite sure, but I think she's had a lot of success here actually.
Christmas door hanging.
Yeah,
door. There we go. Just mentioned there, Christmas door hanging. So a decoration to put on your door instead of maybe a wreath or something. So again, anything goes with some of these classes, and this is the one that she has created using crochet. And very much like a snowflake,
yes,
to be hanging on your door.
So ti'n castio dy bwytha ar y ring.
Ah, there we go. And this one then, that she's cast the stitches off on the ring and then works off of those stitches then, because crochet would start off in the centre and would be a solid doily then, so to speak, in that kind of crochet. But she's... As well, then, that ring would give it some firmness to hang it up, so it wouldn't just flop.
Yes, exactly. You don't...
Just merched yn gwaith drwy ddyrnod a siarad a...
And yet just asked on it, how do you start crocheting? And a few people in work started talking about it, and we just decided that we'd give it a go.
And
you could see just the variety of it. Oh, now then, this is more crochet work here then, so...
I think it's a crochet table centre.
There we go. So as I said before, those ones would start with a stitch in the middle and then they work outwards. My mother's a crocheter, so... I've seen her do it. But some of the yarn they use or the cotton they use to do those is so fine. There's like literally thousands of stitches in every one.
A dosbarth eitem o glytwaith.
Yeah.
So there we go. An item
of patchwork,
yeah.
And that's the one that Sioned has made.
Absolutely beautiful.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? I can't imagine the amount of work that's had to go into.
Hours
to
and
make
hours, and just to cut the shapes out as well, and they have to be precise.
Sut wyt ti'n dechrau?
Yeah, she's just asking her how does she start.
Gwahanol ddefnyddiau a wneud hexagons a just dechrau rhoi nhw at ei gilydd a
So selected her fabrics and then has to cut the hexagons.
Template bach. Yeah, o fil.
Just makes a little template to cut the hexagons.
Wedyn ti'n gwnio'r defnydd ar yr hexagon.
Yes, you.
Aros at
So the fabric onto the hexagon, is it?
Yes, and then you sew a hexagon to a hexagon to a hexagon, and then you can take the template out.
Felly gweithio mewn patrwm sgai bwyso
fel
blodyn, sy'n ni fel blodyn lle fel...
Yes, so like she's saying, explaining there, it's like a flower. So you got your centre hexagon.
And then it's like a diamond shape, isn't it?
Yes, like a diamond-shaped flower almost, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ti'n dewis y defnyddio wedyn?
Ni'n lwcus iawn yn
And he's just asking how does he choose the fabric, and she's fortunate enough that there is a shop in Aberystwyth which is local to Sioned where she can choose the fabric to make the patchwork.
Mae'n edrych yn rhywbeth cartrefol, achos dyna oedd pobl yn neud, ynde?
Yes, I mean the origins of patchwork would be to use up spare scraps of material, really. It was born out of necessity more than artistry. But there we go. The first there then was a bag then made out of quilting.
Yeah,
there we go.
Miriam Roberts.
Beautiful quilt then taking third as well. That's really, really pretty.
Bydd rhywun yn cael cysgu dar hwnna, Sioned?
Falle? Ie, fydd ar y gwely, falle.
Oedd rhywun yn deud bod chdi wedi cystadlu mewn 1, 2, 3, 4?
Well, Nia's just getting confirmation that Sioned, albeit she's competing for the first time at the Winter Fair. She's got 3 entries in different competitions, as it were, different sections. She did have a 4th, but it didn't quite work out the way she had hoped for.
That happens to everybody, doesn't it?
Mae fe'n neis, drwy weld cystadlaethau, mae fe'n rhoi syniadau i chi o rhywbeth.
Oh, that's another important point,
Yeah, she's just saying that, will she compete in the summer show? And she says yes, probably. And she's got a lot of ideas from seeing other competitors and their ideas here as well.
Ac ar wahân I hynny, ti'n mwynhau crwydro'r ffair yma?
Ydw, mae'n neis bod nôl. Mae'n neis bod nôl a gweld bobl.
Yeah, Sioned is saying the same as many people have said over the course of the last 2 days. It's just nice to be back at the Winter Fair. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We've got about quarter of an hour before we leave you for the news headlines, but before that, let's head to the horse ring and join Bethan.
So we've got the final of the Section C classes in front of us. We've got the yearling filly or gelding class. In top at the minute is 1381, which is Michael Cobley with Trevell Sapphire, bred by Michael by his prolific stallion Cybrin Endeavour that he's had a huge amount of success with out of Tawel Van Mair. So we're having a nice close-up there. And we will see David now assess this one individually. So this is our top one in at the minute. This is what has taken his fancy on the initial go-round. Quite a pony filly there. And, I think would match quite nicely with his two foal winners. But we'll see. Perhaps he will see something that he prefers further down. 1387 in second there, which is John Kirk with Nellie's Last Wish by Donis Importance. Again, a sire that has been a prolific winner, but no, it's going to Michael Cobley with Trevell Sapphire. I'm sure he'll be extremely happy to have that by his own stallion Cybrin Endeavour. And then second, he's got Nellie's Last Wish, which is by Donis Importance out of Donis Hiral. And in third there, we've got Mary Richards with Gelli Fedw Matilda. But the first goes to Michael Cobley.
Very pleased. Filly's been in the field all summer, so only second time out.
Second time out.
Second time out. We took her to a medal show about 2 weeks ago where she was first and champion, and then this is the second show.
We were only just saying in the commentary box there the great success you had with her father here at the Winter Fair over the years.
Endeavour was champion here, well, about 10, 12 years ago now, and won the Royal Welsh a good few times for me, so just having offspring from him now, and they're doing well. So
it can't be too bad if he's chucking him.
So that's Trevell Sapphire then with Michael Cobley taking the yearling filly class in the Section Cs. And next in this ring will be the championship. Off they go on their lap of honour.
Trevell Sapphire ar y boles blwydd yn ennill yn adran.
That's Trevell Sapphire and Michael Cobley taking the yearling filly class.
Thanks, Bethan. Right, let's head straight over to the cattle ring for the steer championship.
Y bystych coch, Frankie, wedi mynd â hi. A dyna hi, a'r garden goch yn mynd I Elvis. Bystach o Bonsenni.
Yeah, well done. Da iawn, da iawn.
Wel, arbennig iawn.
Di'r ddau ddim o'r un arno yma, ond mae wedi reid o'r dyn, di, chwarae teg.
Bo dda wir,
Reid da, chwarae teg, ia.
Y bridiau cyfandirol sy'n hawlio pencampwriaeth y bystych a gwaed y limbs yn rhan o'r bystach buddigol bob blwyddyn ers 2 flynedd ar 15. Fydd dylanwad y limbs yn parhau eleni.
Arbennig iawn.
Well, we saw Baby Guinness win the Heifer Championship earlier on. Who will take the Steer Championship? Let's join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we haven't featured too much of the steers so far, so we'll be seeing these for the first time, and it's really good to see them all out in the ring there.
Yes, indeed. As we alluded to before, the two judges are joined together again and will judge these animals, and Mr. Willis now then will be the first time that he will have had his hands on these particular animals, whereas Mr. Clatworthy has brought them all forward as from yesterday. Fair bit of strength, as would be expected in the steer section. We have 12 animals forward, which have won their respective sections or classes on their way through.
So there we have the Welsh Blacks, straight in front of us there. Then we have the Limousin, Pure, and then the Beef Shorthorn, which is the first time they've been featured in their own class here at the Winter Fair.
Mr. Clatworthy in shot, as I stated earlier, then himself has had his hands on all these animals yesterday. And refresh his memory.
And today as well, by the colouring of them.
No, that's from the Heifer Championship we'll be seeing earlier on, that is.
But, also a butcher as well, so he'll have in his mind what he's looking for in these animals.
A beth sy'n ddiddorol yn aml iawn, mae'r beirniad yn prynu y pencampwr fan hyn yn y ffair.
Native animal there then, no. The Welsh Black.
Mae gan Greg, neu mae gan brawd Greg, 2 siop.
As we've seen previously in the Heifer section, they whittled the numbers down to what they considered to be perhaps the top half of the class then, or a percentage of the class which they thought was in with a shout of becoming Heifer champions. So maybe they'll do the same sort of scenario with this in this steer section. As I stated, all sorts of judges have different ways of judging classes, but hopefully they all arrive at the same destination and the best animal that will win it in the end. It's nice to see a shorthorn stuck in the middle of a mem.
It is. It's good to see the beef shorthorns represented here, I have to say. Next to them we have the Charolais sired animal. Heck of a back end on that animal. It's quite short in the body, especially compared to that heifer we saw.
Yes, fair comment. Yes,
earlier on. But very attractive eye-catching with that brown colouring. And then we move on then to the British blue sired animals. The winner of that class was called Bruce. Not as pretty as the animal, as the heifer names on these steers, I have to say. Maybe not quite so creative.
The steers are just that bit heavier boned, a little bit stronger in the head, and a little bit, say, rougher in their appearance. Like so, as the heifers are. That's why maybe they've been successful in the sweet is the word, and a very eye-catching, isn't it?
It's not so notable when in the baby beef competitions, but as they get older, the heifers keep their sweetness and they keep that little look about them, don't they?
The steers will mature and go a little bit stronger.
And
yes,
look more like a Bruce.
That's quite right.
Gymaint o led tu cefn ag ambell un arall yn y dosbarth, ond eto yn neud o'n da.
Mae'n dop arno fo, mae'n gig ar y top.
Well, we'll have to come back a little bit later on and see if the two judges have agreed
a lot of
for the second time today.
For them yet to do here.
Don't forget, we're all over social media. All the information about the Winter Fair, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And we join Tillery, who's on the McHale stall with Di Thomas, who's been visiting this showground for many, many years. I think you know this gentleman quite well, Emma.
Yes, yeah, fairly well. See him most days.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Di is Emma's husband.
I heard there was an award, he's Salesman of the Year or something. That's what I heard he was.
Yeah, I hear plenty about straw shredders and mowers and balers.
Has he had a busy time at the Winter Fair this year?
They've had a very good show, actually, yes. They were very busy here yesterday. I think there was good crowds as well, and It's slightly different. They bring different, well, not different machinery, but it is a different clientele almost to the summer show. You have your stock farmers coming here, so they will be looking for like the straw shredders and stuff. So it's rather than the bigger stuff for the summer shows that the contractors would look at.
So hwn di'r peth newydd blwyddyn yma, sy?
Yeah, so tro cynta i'r Fusion 4 fod yn Cymru, ne?
Now then, Di's mentioned the Fusion 4 here. It's the first time it's here in Wales. Launched in September, I believe.
Yes.
Does our ffermwyr wedi prynu rhain dros y wlad I gyd. Peth newydd sy'n ei newid, da ni ar y penad ma nawr, mae'n pick-up reel wedi newid. Mae'n camless pick-up reel, so ni'n gallu rhoi mwy o stwff mewn i'n ffronti. So
yeah, it's just a bigger machine and as Tillery said,
it just makes everything quicker.
Yes. McHale have actually won quite a few of the innovation awards here at the Royal Welsh in the summer show. They were the first to not the first to develop a combined baler wrapper, but to make it as efficient as it was. They've also brought in, like, instead of using the net and plastic, a whole just one plastic system, and they're quite innovative and sort of looking into biodegradable stuff and things like that as well.
And presumably it's the type of machine or whatever that they would sell to mainly contractors more than farmers.
This one, yes, just because of the size of it and the price of it, really. But they also do the conventional baler, which is just to the... There we go, just moving on to them.
Yeah.
Emma's just saying that her left arm is struggling a little bit at the moment. That's why they were having laughing at.
Yeah, so this the contractors, as you mentioned, they would go for the fusions, but although a lot of people would buy a conventional baler for like straw and stuff, but it's an older version of this that we have at home ourselves.
Well, as I mentioned a short while ago, we will be leaving the Royal Welsh Showground for the news headlines, and as you can see, there's quite a few people here, and we'll have the forecast before leaving. It's still dry here in Llanelwedd, but you can see there's a bit of a fog in the background there, and it's been a bit more cloudy to the east of Wales. It's about 6 degrees Celsius here at the Showground at the moment. Tonight there'll be more fog. The rest of Wales, of course, will be dry, and the temperatures there could go down as low as freezing point. Now then, let's look forward to tomorrow again. Once it'll be dry and clear, and the temperatures ranging between 7 degrees and 11 degrees. And then Thursday, dry once again, the highest temperature in Pembrokeshire, about 10 degrees centigrade.
Wel, Branwen, diolch I ti am yr tywydd wedi bod yn ardderchog. Rwan, dyma dy flas cyntaf di o'r ffair Aeaf.
On here, just asking Branwen how much he's enjoyed being here, because this is her first visit to the winter fair, and she's obviously enjoyed seeing all the Christmas presents, perhaps, that she might consider buying. Right, she doesn't want to take too many things back home with her, because a lot of the companies who are here are also online. Right, looking forward to the time that we have left with you. We're here till 4 o'clock, and of course there'll be the auctions coming up soon, both in the sheep ring and in the cattle ring, and the horse championships. See you soon.
Keith Moore! Mae'r cawr 'di gwneud 'i
Rhawn da, cynyddu mae'r cyffron Qatar wrth i Gymru baratoi herio Lloegr yng ngêm ola grŵp B yng Nghwpan y Byd. Ar ôl mond sicrhau pwynt o'i 2 gêm gynta, mae buddigoliaeth i Gymru yn hanfodol i gael unrhyw o beth o barhau yn y gystadleuaeth. Mi fydd hefyd rhaid i garfan Robert Page obeithio y bydd y gêm rhwng y 2 dîm arall yn ei grŵp, Iran a'r Unol Daleithiau, yn gorffen yn gyfartal. Ond mae'r cefnogwyr na pob ffydd.
Mae yna bob tro gobaith yn does, felly mae rhaid ni jyst mynd i'r stadiwm a gweiddi hynny gella ni a cefnogi'r tîm to the hilt, fel maen nhw'n dweud ynddo.
Nerfus yn adwy, fod yn onest. Yn wedi garo curiad ar hyd fan hyn o'n a gweld pob o Lloegr yn gofyn pa bryd yn mynd adra.
Fatha fel lot o cefnogwyr yn dweud, da ni wedi bod yn chwarae well pryd oes am llawer o disgwyl ni wneud rhywbeth. Felly pam ddim mynd amdanyn nhw a gobeithio. Eich bod 1-0 yn mynd fod o ddigon efo cael yn ydam i ffwrdd Cymru, felly gobeithio.
Bale Road, ti wedi gweld y result sy'n mynd mlaen yn y tournament so far. So ti'n gwybod, ond os maen nhw'n mynd mas yn rhoi perfformiad mewn, fi'n credu mae pawb yn hapus a gobeithio gewn ni 1-0 win fach.
Wel, yn y cyfamser, mae gweinidog Economi Cymru wedi dweud bod yna gyfleon pwysig wedi bod i gryfhau cysylltiadau economaeth Cymru gyda Qatar. Mae Fawn Gething yn Doha ac yn dweud iddo gael trafodaethau am hawliau dynol gydag uwch swyddogion y wlad. Mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi cael ei beirniadu bod swyddogion wedi ymweld â Qatar. Mae heddlu'r de'n parhau ôl i 3 o bobl ar ôl i gyrff 2 fabi gael ei darganfod mewn tŷ ym Mhen y Bont dros y penwythnos. Cafodd swyddogion i galw i dŷ yn ardal y Felin Wyllt nos Sadwrn. Mae 2 ddyn, 37 a 47 oed, a menyw 9 ar 20 oed, yn cael ei holi ar ymheuaeth o guddio genedigaeth plentyn. Ac am y tro cyntaf, mae llai na hanner poblogaeth Cymru a Lloegr wedi disgrifio'i hunain fel Cristnogion. Fe nath canlyniad cyfrifiad 2021 nodi hefyd bod na gynnydd o 12% yn nifer y rhai sy'n dweud bod dim crefydd ganddyn nhw. Fe nath nifer y Mwslemiad gynyddu i 1.2 miliwn. Wel, dyna'r cyfan wrthai am y tro. Mi fyddwn ni nôl ar ôl y pêl-drod heno am hanner awr wedi 9. Tan hynny felly, diolch am eich cwmni a pnawn da i chi.
Croeso cynnes iawn yn
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd. It's been another busy day at the Winter Fair, and we're going to be with you for the next 2 hours, and of course there's a few more highlights yet to come, including the auctions. We'll also have the Supreme Championship in the cattle section. It's heifers against the steers. And which horse will win the Welsh Championship? And of course, as I mentioned before we finish our broadcast, we'll have all the auctions. But what prices will we get, I wonder? Well, we have been asking you what you think will be the selling price at auction for the Supreme Champion in the cattle section, and at the moment it's somewhere between £5,000 and £10,000. 42.1% of you going for between 7,500 and 9,000. And as far as the Supreme sheep are concerned, and which horse will win the championship? It looks as if it's the Welsh ponies cob type that you favour at the moment. You can still get in touch with us via the social media platforms, the Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. In the meantime, let's head straight back to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we're going back now to the Steer Championship, Gerald.
Yes, the two judges have been busy while we've been away and have whittled the numbers down. So we have, perhaps we can call them the serious contenders left in the ring.
And the judges looking very serious as well.
Well, yeah, fair comment. Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks as if the majority of the native cattle have gone again, and we're left with the Continental sire and the Tillery there we can see, and predominantly limousine crossbred animals.
Yes, absolutely right. Similar scenario to what the heifers were earlier on, but very nice, solid Limousin on the pure Limousin then on the head of the class here. And be interesting to see how they go with this, because with the heifer, the judges did say that he didn't want an animal that was too extreme, too big.
Yes, fair comment, yes. As we've seen in the heifer section, Mr. Clatworthy gave the honours of tapping out the champion to Mr. Willis, who was the heifer judge, so I presume he will return a compliment and allow Mr. Clatworthy to judge out his steer, because he was the actual steer judge that brought these animals to this particular stage.
So the heifer judge then are just having a check over that steer, which was number 167 from S&R Stamp, who was called Cheeky Charlie.
I believe that is Mr. Richard Wright in the leading and handling the animal on behalf of that family.
Very thorough over that one indeed. And then moving on to number 147, which is the steer sired by a British Blue then from Ellis, Lloyd and Co. Bruce, we saw earlier.
But whichever of these animals go forward, I think they've got a very tough job in their hand to pass the heifer that we've seen winning the heifer championship earlier on.
Yes,
but
yes,
still, as we say, we're on the end of the camera. We're not hands-on, but it was a very nice heifer that's gone forward so far. But that's another stage. We've got to get through this one first.
Mae'n deg I weid, nath Greg Willis, nath gymryd I amser ddo. Gyda'r beirniadu'r heffrod, a mae nawr yn gweld...
It's interesting to see in there. I can see one in...
Obviously we have varied opinions in these two judges then. One will think perhaps the animal is slightly better in the loin than the other one, and the other one we have a little bit different interpretations, as we have in... All of us have got slightly different ways of judging, or what we think is the best, which long may it continue, because Otherwise, if we all agreed, well, it'd be a disaster, wouldn't it? There'd only be one animal in the show, wouldn't it?
And everybody'd want the same one, wouldn't they?
Exactly, isn't it? Yeah.
O Swydd Henffordd. Ac ar yn pwys ni fan hyn wedyn.
But as I stated, perhaps then Mr. Willis will allow Mr. Clatworthy to tap his champion out in this section.
Sydd yn y bencampwriaeth yma ar hyn o bryd. Mi oedd na fwy wrth gwrs cyn I nhw dynnu nhw lawr I 6, ond dim ond un sydd ar ôl, a dyma'r beirniad.
Every competitor is doing his best to.
I anerch y dorf.
But I'm going to hear Mr. Clatworthy's opinions, or why he has selected these, or whatever, or his probably say it's a great honour to judge in the Royal Welsh Winter Fair, which it is, and every judge that has ever taken this particular job has told me that they have thoroughly enjoyed. I'm sure these gentlemen will be the same. Technical hitch now.
All right. Oh, just go to the other end to pick up a microphone.
And give him mine if I thought it would help him.
Na, cable rhifyr nawr. Na, mae Dewch I ni glywed beth sydd gan Stuart Clatworthy I weid.
Firstly, can I thank the committee for asking me to judge the Welsh Winter Fair. I'd like to congratulate all exhibitors. You've done a grand job, and everybody should show their appreciation, please. It was an honour and a privilege to come here 14 years ago and judge. And it's still an honour and a privilege to come to the best show in the country. By a long, long way. "14 years ago brings back a lot of good memories and a lot of bad memories. But the class of cattle, we have still got quality. And that is what we've got in front of us today, is quality. And we must stick to quality all the time. And as long as we got shows like this, the quality will always shine through. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
O, war y teg I Stuart Clatworthy. Wedi siarad o'r galon, a fel oedd e Dion. Safon, 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 a cynnal y safon sy'n mor bwysig. A le mae'n mynd?
Oh, there we go. He's tapped out his winner. It's number 167, Cheeky Charlie.
Cheeky Charlie. Wedi mynd â hi Dion, beth am hwn?
Da iawn, mae o'n mynd efo'r Heifer yn dydi.
Handled by Mr. Richard Wright and owned by Messrs S and R Stamp. 558 kilos, so not the largest animal we've seen at all.
No, certainly not.
Obviously, they think he's a very nice quality animal.
I'r brif bencampwriaeth yn erbyn Heifer y teulu Edwards.
There we go. And he's just having a word with the winners there.
What's the name?
Steve Stamp.
Steve and?
Harry Stamp.
Well, Harry, I can see you're very emotional.
Yeah.
What does it mean to win here in the Welsh Winter Fair?
Pleasure and really happy.
It's our dream, isn't it?
Yeah.
And was it a shock?
Yeah.
You didn't see it coming?
No.
What's so special about it, mate?
The biggest show in the country.
And what about him? What's so special about him?
He's a real good butchered bullock, and he's got the character in his face.
Yeah.
Farmer of the future here, Dad?
Definitely farmer of the future, yeah. You know what I mean? He does all the grooming with his brother at home, Archie. And I do the feeding, and Paul does the trimming.
Paul's done a cracking job, as he always does.
You know what I mean?
And it's such a special feeling to win here.
It is, yeah.
And now the championship to come.
Yeah. Yeah, so these guys done all the work, all the brushing these two have done the last 2 or 3 days that made him come out and do this.
And you do realise now you're in the final, in the main championship. You're up against a Welsh heifer, up against an English bullock.
Yeah.
It's like the big match tonight, Wales against England in the World Cup.
That's right. I don't know what that prediction's going to be, but we hope it's the right way.
We'll let you win this one if we can win the football tonight, baby.
Oh, okay.
Hey, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations. Llongyfarchiadau. Well done.
Thank
Good luck
you.
in the final.
Thank you.
Well done.
Mana Sylwebaeth Saesneg. English commentaries available on this programme depending on your device. Either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C Viewers hotline and the details are on the screen. S4C yn dod ar ffair ea I bawb.
Right, let's have a quick visit to the horse ring, and here's Bethan once again.
Well, we've got the championship for the Welsh Section C at the minute. Mr Ddydd Mawrth has presided over the classes already this morning. He's had a tough job. He's deliberated hard over the classes. We've seen him switch around quite a few. In front of us now we can see Ormond Ruby's Pride with Dorian Lloyd giving of her best moves. Next we're going to have the winner of the yearling colts, which is Glebedale Deja Vu with Bryn Jones. Again, looking well and looking fresh. They really do look so well for young animals here. They've kept fresh throughout the morning. And there we've got the second place colt foal there, which is Islin Lord Bridgerton. I'm sure Mr Ddydd Mawrth is going to have a tough job again to decide between these for his championship. And now we've got Glynwyn Gucci, the winner of the yearling colt class with Julian Williams. So he was the first of our winners in the Section Cs this morning. And again, he's come back looking fresh. Pretty colt there, giving of his best. And then we've got Cheval Sapphire with Michael Cobley, who we saw win the yearling filly class by Michael's Kyburn Endeavour, a prolific stallion prize winner for him. So Glebedale Deja Vu there, stood up. And at the minute, we see Glynwyn Gucci isn't particularly keen on standing the right way. Will Julian get him to settle? He's probably hoping so right now. Ormond Ruby's Pride there, standing like a little statue behind. So that's the first of our winners there. Glynwyn Gucci, Ddydd Mawrth, his face isn't giving anything away this morning. I'm not sure what he will be going for. Interestingly, when he judged the Royal Welsh, he had a Glynwyn stallion to have the male championship. So will it be a Glynwyn one that takes his fancy again? I think it is. Yes, it is. It's Glynwyn Gucci that has had the championship there. And in reserve is Ormond Ruby's Pride. So Julian Williams looking delighted there, owner of this colt by Glebedale Ding Dong. So also a good day for Kitty Bodley and her Glebedale breeding. And in reserve we got Dorian Lloyd showing Richard Morgan's Ormond Ruby's Pride. And David, they're going to give a congratulatory handshake to Bryn as well, and I'm sure he'll be going down to Michael as well, thanking them for coming and bringing such lovely animals in front of him. Wonderful, wonderful year for the Glynwyn stud, who also took the championship at the Royal Welsh Show with Glynwyn Annie Powers. So I'm sure that Gwen Heppenstall and the Heppenstall family will be absolutely delighted there in Yorkshire.
It's very hot, and yeah, there's a lot of good competition here today, so absolutely over the moon.
Oh, it was a lovely championship to win.
Yeah, no, over the moon. To be fair, it's his first time out. We bought him as a young foal. We're absolutely delighted. Can't be more happier.
We could see that David was obviously very, very taken, and you were having a bit of a job to
Yeah, he's not like me. He's totally different outside. In here, he's quite excitable. Yeah.
So what are the plans now? Is it a quiet winter?
It's a quiet winter. Hopefully, we'll have him back out again next year. And then, obviously, as a 2-year-old, then it'll probably be 1 or 2 mares. So yeah, we're.
Well, he'll obviously be a dangerous bit of competition for everybody next year. Well done.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
So we'll be seeing this colt again later for the Supreme Championships. That's Glynwyn Gucci with Julian Williams on his lap of honour. And we'll be looking forward to seeing what they make of him later on in the championships. That's Glynwyn Gucci.
Ar wisg lawr ochr Aberhonddu. Da iawn.
Aeaf Twyd Morgannwg, mae cystadlaethau Merched y Wawr.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here in Bilf. And we join Nia in the Handicrafts section. And she's with Elin Williams, I think. Yes, Tillery Williams, I'm sorry. And she's been competing in about 7 different sections in the handicraft classes.
I do believe this class was a Christmas star.
Ac wedyn neud tri seren, ac wedyn ymuno nhw at ei gilydd.
Dipyn o waith llaw.
Or an item of patchwork then, and she's created the star then.
Wedyn, sut ydych chi'n cael bwlch
I think this is the Merched y Wawr section. I'm not 100% sure, but it's, I think it's a star in any medium.
There we go, a
any
Christmas
size.
star. I
Yes,
should have stuck with my first thing.
Yeah.
And yes, you can see a number of different ones behind.
O, da ni'n gwybod hynny, mae'ch gwaith llaw.
Larry just saying, I'm happier with a sewing machine than I am with hand sewing, but there we are.
Ysgyfarnog neu gwningen. A mae'ch ysgyfarnog...
This particular section is either a hare or a rabbit in any medium.
Gwynio'r gwaith ar darn ac yn creu rhywbeth fel na.
So she's cut different colour fabrics out in shapes, and then she's sewn, it's like an applique to create that picture.
Just darn gwyrdd o defnydd. A wedyn trio cael deiar ynddi ar ser a nos.
Hyfryd iawn.
Yeah, so this is, like you say, the Merched y Wawr, so a rabbit or a hare in any medium. And I do remember many years ago when they had a Merched y Wawr penguin, and we had over 100 penguins entries. So they're very popular, the hares and rabbits, but maybe not quite as popular as the penguins.
But then again, with so many entries, you know, where do you start
and
as a
different
judge?
entries, isn't it? So you've got the cross-stitching, so a little rabbit there, and you can see a painting next to it, then somebody's made a teddy.
Oh, that's an interesting point Nia was making. A lot of people have found a new interest, as it were, in handicrafts since the lockdown period, if you like.
Yes, totally. So people getting into crafts to pass the time. Yeah, you do need good eyes for these stitches. They're tiny, tiny little stitches. And just checking now, the 55 entries in the rabbit or hare class.
Gorfod tato.
Ie, I gael yn berffaith.
Wel, os ti wedi mynd yn anghywir, ydych chi'n gallu gweld o, mi bigwch chi fo fan hyn syth.
Ie. A da chi misio gallu gweld y pwythau mewn ffordd? Mae'r cyfan i fod...
Eisiau ddim yn edrych yn lun.
Yn llyfn fel andrach.
Yeah, that's it. That's the task, is you want to make it look like a picture, and you don't want to see the individual stitching within the finished article.
Byddwch chi'n cystadlu eto yn y sioe?
Gai weld.
Faint o rithwr sydd wedi bod yn yr wythnosa dwytha yma rwan?
Lot fawr.
She's been flat out during the last fortnight, and it's no surprise. Yeah, she has a special room in the house that's just for, it's like a workshop, as it were.
Chai drws, a gadwch fi'n fod.
Yeah, shut the door behind me, and that's it. I don't want to be disturbed then.
Yeah.
Machine yn mynd.
A we.
Lyfli. A mes rhywbeth.
Iawn de. Ond eich mes chi, dio?
Mes fi, dio.
O, llongyflchiadau mawr i chi.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Gwych, mae'r gwaith ma'n fendigedig i gyd.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch. Mae'n amser gwerthu ynghylch y defaid.
It's time for the auction in the sheep ring.
520, dyna hi.
Maen nhw wedi gwerthu am 1200 yr un. 800!
O, da iawn, chwarae teg.
Mae'r pris yn amrywio o flwyddyn i flwyddyn yn arwerthiant pencampwyr y defaid. Y record ydy 3,400 y pen am bar o ŵyn Beltex yn 2008. Ffantastig! 3,400 o finne. Pa bris eith dan ymwrthol lenni.
Right then, let's head over to the sheep ring and join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've seen the competition, and now we're getting down to the
business end.
The business end,
Business
exactly. Yes, yes.
We've seen the carcasses sold earlier on for very good money. It'll be interesting to see if they sell them live. And one thing to note, it'll be not a combined price, it's an individual price when they're sold.
Yes.
So whether the judges will come forward and put their hand up after they've been diligently working and sorting out the best ones. Quite a crowd round them.
There's a lot of interest there in the sales, I must say.
So what we say in the trade, there will be a good trade with the amount of people that are about.
I would have thought so. I would have thought so.
A lot of these exhibitors will not offer their animals for sale if they're well within the right to or not to, because of some of these animals and then go to the local little shows later on and represent themselves in their local market shows then. So
it's quite it is a fat stock show, so I do like to see them being sold.
Fair enough, they should be sold, I suppose,
but then like you say, there's no
rules
for
it's
it,
entirely up to them. Some of these mind would be ewe lambs, and as we might see, some will be bought for retained for breeding. And
exactly, so they've got two options there. So the champions, they won't be the first ones through the rings. We've got the warm-up acts by here.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Just get everybody paying attention, bro. But like, is it a butcher that'll come forward, like, or will it be a person that fancies something maybe to breed in future? And
there's quite something to say, you know, if you are coming here as a butcher, to be able to say you're taking home a prize winner from the Welsh Winter Fair.
Flwyddyn heriol yn gyffredinol o ran prisiau oen yn dwi. Fe ddechreuodd hi'n dda wedyn?
Ie, gwmpodd yn y mach yn y haf, o dim not y borfa, dim byd wedi lle, ond mae'n dechrau codi nawr, ond dod glosau Nadolig mynd nawr, mae'r efion influenza yn mynd draw I ffwls nawr, efion influenza yn lladd miloedd o ffwls.
Be interesting to see how much they'll go for this year. They have fetched some fantastic prices over the last few years. Hasn't been the easiest year for selling lambs this year. We had tremendous prices at the start of the season, but it's eased slightly throughout the year. But not everyone can say that that they've sold the lambs that are champions of the Winter Fair.
Compared to the potential customers, with Emma Jones there sitting in the crowd, buys a lot of lambs in our West Wales area.
And here we go then. So next in we have the champions. Now interesting to see now. We've got a weather ram and a ewe lamb.
That would cut down the breeding options, obviously, wouldn't it?
Well, by 50%.
You're gaining very sharp, you are. Sharper as the 2 days have gone on, you're getting... Your mathematics are improving dramatically, to be fair. So anyway, let's just hear where they get to.
Definite.
Ond chwarae teg i'r teulu'r hol o Gair Lywelydd, nhw sy'n berchen ar pencampwyr, a nhw'n eithaf y gil wobr hefyd.
Yeah, so it's the whole family that are selling the champions, and of course they took the reserve champions as well.
Am glod,
and Mainir was just mentioning there on the Welsh coverage that they've won it 3 times, and the first time somebody's won it 3 times.
To be fair.
Yeah,
okay. 200 start there. 250.
Ond ar y bach I wend, o fe?
Odi, mae'n weddol eisiau.
It's not, it's getting a bit of auctioneer working hard there to try and get the bidding going.
O, bydden ni yn disgwyl mwy na hynny, bydden ni, yeah.
Still at 250. Up to 270. And now they've made the 300.
Ond sticky yw un, fe? Ar y bach yw, fe?
Slowly.
Wel, cadw'r ddwylo lawr no.
And the hammer's gone down then on £300 and sold to farmers fresh.
A chwarae teg, nhw brynodd llynedd hefyd. Maen nhw wedi prynu'r pencampwyr y ddwy.
Not the highest price that we've ever seen, but it's still a good reward at the end of the day.
It is, absolutely.
I'm going to say they get a bit of bonus on the end of top of a normal price, isn't it?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
Here we go in the reserve.
Now then, the reserve now here is interesting to see. We've got a pair of ewe lambs here, so maybe a little bit more appeal to somebody who's looking for something special to add to their flock.
50% more appeal than the last one.
Well done, Gerald.
I'm learning off you fast.
And indeed, this reserve pair would be pure Beltex as well, because they won the pure continental section. So, yes, as you mentioned before, they've got that chance, they've got that extra appeal. 46.5 kilos each.
Good foundation for a young person or a Christmas present or a young lad now to have 2 pedigree Beltex and already been on the CV would be Welsh Winter Fair reserve champions, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. They've made 300. They've got up to 320, so made a little bit more.
320 now.
They've slowed down a little bit. They've made 350.
Definitely, yeah.
So, sticking on the 350. And the hammer's gone down to Owain Watkins for £350.
Chance they might be going to breed then?
Yes, quite possibly. Wonderful to see them being sold here, and congratulations as well to the auctioneers and their staff for all the hard work that they do here, sorting out all the animals and all the paperwork. And
yes, indeed, culmination of a lot of work throughout the 12-month period, isn't it?
Absolutely. So there we go. Been a wonderful fair, watching all those fantastic lambs going through and seeing the championship.
Wel, dwi yma rwan wrth stondin Gwilly Jones, a yma efo fi di Phil Davis.
Oh, welcome back, and as you can see, Tillery is still in the machinery section, and she's with Phil Davis from the Gwilly Jones stall. And according to Phil, today hasn't been quite as busy as yesterday's. A lot of contractors, farmers, and a lot of people from the agricultural community in general visiting him, but yep, it was busier, far busier yesterday than today.
7 metre dribble bar. 7 metre, yeah.
So the machinery they're looking at this is a piece of machinery you would put on the back of a slurry tanker, and what they call is a dribble bar. So we see the yellow pipes that fall down, that will apply then the slurry to the land, and there's been a lot of sort of change in this kind of machinery due to sort of legislation coming in, or proposed legislation, the spreading of muck and stuff on land, and nitrogen and fertilisers and things. So the idea is that it gets applied very closely to the ground, so reducing emissions and waste, and a bit less smelly as well for the environment, and better for the environment as well.
I'd never have guessed that you were married to a salesman. You're doing your bit, fair dues. I'm sure Di might be in here shortly and you'll be out there. No, quite right in what you said though, Em. It's technology, and unfortunately the powers that be have put in a lot of these rules of NVZs and whatever upon us as farmers, and we need to address the situation with equipment like that, don't we?
So he's just explaining here, it's a special kind of bale handler, so all sorts here for farmers and contractors and everybody really.
Dyma ni uchafbwynt cystadlu'r gwartheg.
Prif bencampwriaeth y gwartheg beef, yr Heifer yn erbyn yr Eidon. A pwy sy'n mynd i fynd â hi? Wel, yr Heifer! A mae'r ddau'n gytun ag y fynd am yr Heifer! Luke Wilkinson, y crwt ifanc, yn ei dangos ni. Fantastic, gwych. Yr Heifer. O ben y bryniau, Betws Gwerfil Goch sydd wedi mynd â hi.
Ym Mhencampwriaeth y Gwartheg, mae'r heffrod wedi curo'r bystych 9 gwaith yn y 10 mlynedd dwytha. Ond weithiau, mae'r bystych yn codi'r brig.
Mae yna gyffrodd
Yr bystach sy'n mynd â hi.
Y bystach Lewdan.
Well, as you can imagine, quite a few people have gathered around the cattle ring. So let us join Gerald and Emma.
The finale of the cattle show.
Yes, absolutely. We've been following them over the last sort of day and a half. We've seen the sheep champions and the pig champion, and now the cattle champion.
All the hundreds of cattle that have been trying here for the last 2 days, we're down to the final 2.
Absolutely, and
the same scenario will repeat itself then in terms of Heifer is selected, then the reserve Heifer will come in for a chance to be reserve, and likewise with the steer championship. But
and indeed, the Heifers have taken the championship 9 times out of the last 10 years.
Yes, indeed.
And the steer hasn't won since 2016. So it'll be interesting to see what will happen today, but looking at that little shot there, we can see the Heifer just a little bit more powerful, just that little bit more mature.
It is a very,
they
very nice
did say, then the Heifer judge did say he doesn't want an animal that's too big, so...
Oh, she's not too big, at about 590 odd kilos. No, it's certainly not too powerful, but it is an exceptionally nice Heifer, and in my opinion then the Heifer class was very, very strong, and what we featured all day yesterday, we've seen potential champions many years they would have, but this particular Heifer looks as if she was the best yesterday and came to the fore this morning, so it'll be interesting to see now, but if I was a betting person, I'd think that the Heifer is just that little bit in front, I wouldn't say it's a mile in front, but...
Oh, no, they're both top quality animals.
They're two quality animals, but...
The heifer then from the Edwards family, and they actually took the overall champion with another heifer then back in 2018. So,
very good showman, to be fair to the family.
Such an achievement to be back here again in 4 years, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, to be fair. 4 years. And they've been 1 or 2 years absent in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Family there watching on, hoping and everything crossed.
Do you
think that? Oh, there we go. That's quite a nice shot now, seeing the steer judge go past the steers and then the heifer judge coming round the heifer. Does he want to knock their heads together?
Yeah. You hadn't done that yesterday, but never mind.
Yeah. So, as Ivan mentioned earlier on, we've got the Wales versus England match here today, the first of the day.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to be a little bit of an indication of what's going to happen later on tonight.
I don't really think so, but you never know.
Just having a little walk around.
We ended up with a similar size pair of animals anyway, to be fair to them, right throughout the show. And
similar type, something.
Similar type, yeah, fair dues, yeah. So all they've got to do now is agree on their final decision, and everybody always will say this, everybody always remembers the winner, but the runner-up seems to never ever get mentioned again, but... Still a final discussion, and perhaps how they're going to address the situation, or are they still in discussion on which is which?
Well. On him and disgwyl hyn.
Just walking around again. I think I know how he feels watching these two judges. Yeah. Now then,
I would say the decision is imminent.
Yes.
There you go.
Fantastic. It's a Wales win.
Yeah.
The Edwards family celebrating there. Absolutely fantastic.
Twice in 4 years, and as we say, with absent years in the process. Fair dues, well done them. Congratulations to the Edwards brothers, with baby Guinness.
I do believe it was Gandhi who took it 4 years ago.
Beautiful heifer, to be fair.
Llywydd y sir nawdd, Harry Featherstone Ho yn ilon gyfer chi, ac mae hon yn foment special i'r teulu. Ni'n gweld o taid, mae taid yma, mae treb yma.
Indeed, there's 3 generations of the Edwards family here at the Winter Fair today. And there we go, in the background we can just see the reserve heifer coming forward now to compete for the reserve overall champion.
Nain a taid. Y ddau frawd gyda'i gilydd, cariad, Cai yn dy fewn. Buddig, dwi'n meddwl yma.
Buddig, ie.
Everybody coming in to share in the moment. Very special for the family indeed.
Faint o beth yw ennill fan hyn yn y ffair i, a mae'r emosiwn yn amlwg.
Really is something to win here at the Winter Fair.
We heard Mr. Clatworthy staying describe it as the best show in the country, and to achieve that, well, obviously twice now in a very close time, is to achieve it once is exceptional, but to achieve it twice is outstanding, to be fair, and many congratulations, and I hope that they receive a good, profitable reward at the end of it.
Absolutely.
I do believe that he said it is a homebred heifer, which makes it even better to produce it and
just say
show it and come to the top. Can't get any better.
Just saying there now that it's a team effort and so many of them involved in this.
Oh, anhygoel. Amazing.
A Gwyn, 2019 a'i Candy, chi di wneud I to?
Do. Ddim yn ni. Fama mae'r gwaith Ein sy'n cael y crodd, nhw sy'n gwneud yr paratoi, y ffidio,
just saying that they he's just saying that he's just the driver and it's the boys that do all the hard work, the feeding and the preparing and oh, they're all very modest, they're all taking a share in the glory of the prize, which is really nice to say. And he's mentioned as well it's a homebred animal, so that's even more special as well, isn't it?
To be fair, that would put cap it all. That would be fair. Nobody else has ever been in the head of that animal, only one of the Edwards brothers and family, so good, very good.
Mae dad yma, ynddi, iechyd dad i wedi bod yn gorau, ond mae mor braf cael nhw yn fama. Gret, maen nhw fama wan yn...
There we have the grandparents, very proud grandparents indeed. Congratulations to them and wonderful achievement.
Yes, indeed. Now then, what's going on in the horse ring? Let's join Bethan.
We've got the cobs in now, the Welsh cobs, and they are being judged by Mr. Richard Francis today from Swansea. Richard is a farrier with over 20 years experience, and he's also an experienced showman. We see him quite regularly in the ring, less so judging, but he's getting that honour today. So we've got a lovely class of colt foals for him there. And we've got Bryn Jones there. Already had a win today with Glebedale Deja Vu in the Seas. And that was Casgob Dai John Jones there with Bryn. Richard Francis there, looking very serious. Taking the job suitably seriously. Giving everything a very good look, I would think. And in second there we've got Trehentley Charles there in second by Geller Spartacus. But in top there is Bryn with Casgob Dai John Jones. And at the minute in third we've got Casgob Heirloom in third with Ashley Dawson. So this is the first of Richard Francis's classes for judging, the first of our cob classes this afternoon. And he is just going to have a final look over the lineup before making his mind up for the final time on this class. He will, I'm sure, have quite an idea in his head of what he's looking for. I think he'll be looking for something quite pretty, quite quality, and we can see Bryn celebrating there. He's delighted to have had his second class of the day, which is the colt foal class with Casgob Dai John Jones there by Casgob Brenin David, who is himself a Royal Welsh champion, and Dai John Jones there looking a picture with Bryn as the colt did this morning in the section C's. And in second place we've got Trehentley Charles, Gwilym and Non Williams's Trehentley Charles there. So Bryn will be breathing a sigh of relief at this point, no doubt, and he'll be looking forward to coming back later. Of course, Casgob Dai John Jones, bred by Philippa Owens and family, who are breeders of renown and lots of prize-winning animals, and now they've bred one more at the Winter Fair.
Just the man on the rope. Well, you're doing a pretty good job of being just the man on the rope anyway.
So we'll be seeing Casgob Dai John Jones coming back later on for the championship. No doubt Bryn will be hopeful of a championship this time. So we'll be seeing him later, and that's him off on his lap of honour. That's Casgob Dai John Jones there with Bryn Jones.
Cael ei arddangos gen Bryn Jones, wrth gwrs, ac dan berchnogaeth Mr Brian Jones o Landfi Hangen yn Wynfa, ger Llanfyllin.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. Last day of the winter fair. Now then, we've seen the sheep auction. We will be seeing the cattle auction in a short while. In the meantime, it's the pig auction. So let's join Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've already seen the lambs sell, so it'll be interesting to see how the pigs sell compared to last year.
We did state that we'd seen some seriously good quality pigs, didn't we? So let's hope we see a seriously good quality price.
Last year's champion sold for £600.
Last year's purchaser was?
I do have his name here. It's Tom Hughes. He was a butcher. So I wonder if he'll come back again this year.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
And it was actually the contributor who was talking to our presenter Tillery was last year's purchaser.
Oh, indeed.
So I don't know whether he's going to be able to talk and bid.
Phone Tillery and tell her to stop talking for a minute then. Putting him off.
From Messrs Roberts, there we are. Champions of the Royal Welsh Show 2022, 60, 63 kilos.
So here we have the champion pair from the Roberts family. And starting off with a price of £250.
120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200,
come up to £300. And these, of course, are the porker size pigs then, so they'll be between the 55 to 70 kilos. 390. We've made the 400. And going over the 400.
Wow.
And they're creeping up, getting closer to last year's price. Over 500.
They are selling very well, to be fair.
The bidding seems to be a lot faster paced than with the lambs earlier on. Over the 600, so they've beaten last year's price already.
Fair dues.
And they're still going, they're keeping going. And they've made the £700, so £100 more than last year. That's excellent. And they're still going. So £720. And another bid's come in.
Two gentlemen or two I shouldn't say gentlemen, it could be a lady bidder there somewhere, but there's two people are very determined that they're going to secure these anyway.
Well, they've made £800. They've gone up to £800.
The Royal Welsh champions for 2022. At £800, we sell them right, selling away, sold and done at £800.
It's Tom Hughes.
Tom Hughes. Oh, fair dues to him. Fair dues to him.
We couldn't see him there, but he must have been, I don't know, did he have someone bidding on his behalf, or was he multitasking as well?
Well, he was hoping the camera was on him at the same time. Oh, fair dues, congratulations, well done.
That's the first time we've seen the contributor by
He just mentioned it, that his wife wasn't too happy. He could see her in the distance and she was looking daggers at him.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, good for him.
Don't forget, we do have a competition. You can see the details on the website. We're offering a voucher worth £100 for you to spend at your local butcher's shop. Here's the question. What price was... read all about it, who won the Supreme Championship last year. Sold at auction for how much? £5,200, £6,400 or £8,000. As I said, the details are on the website s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf. Right, let's head back quickly to the horse ring and rejoin Bethan.
Well, we've got the filly foals in front of us now, and in top there we've got Haigmore Delith with Kerry-Ann Bennett showing her on behalf of Julie Evans, who bred her and owns her. And then in second we have got We've got Parciau Miriamai, who's out of Parciau Mirimai, who interestingly was also the dam of the second place filly last year for Sarah. Providing she stays there, that is. So that's the first and seconds there. Heigmore Delith and Parciau Miriamai at the minute. And got Jolie there handling the third. Sir Richard Francis striding around the ring with ease. He was an accomplished rugby player at one point, playing alongside some of the greats. So I'm sure he makes light work of this ring. So he's going to have a little switch around of a few, I think. So, yeah, that appears to be lower down the line at this point. I'm sure at this point in time, Kerry-Ann Bennett in top is crossing fingers and toes that she stays where she is, and I think she is going to. So that is Heigmore Delith in first place, out of Kylebeck Cameo by Trevelyan Ap Playboy, bred, owned and produced by Julie Evans, and shown on her behalf by Kerry-Ann Bennett there. And in second, we've got Sarah Williams, who bred and owned the second placed Parciau Miriamai by Pencalo Royal Rebel, out of Parciau Mirimai. So Kerry looks delighted, and I'm sure feels quite relieved. Julie, of course, is well versed in producing champions, both in this ring and in the main ring at the Royal Welsh in the summer. So that's Heigmore Delith there, the winner of the filly foal class. We'll be seeing her back later for the championship, and giving of her best once again for Mr Richard Francis in the championship. So there's Heigmore Delith.
Julie Evans yn berchen hi, ac wrth gwrs Kerry Bennett yn ei arddangos. Llongyfarchiadau mawr i chi gyd.
Mae'n braf iawn ar brynhawn ola'r ffair. Mae'r prynhawn ola...
Well, our time is slowly coming to an end. We're here till 4 o'clock, and Nia is with Mared Jones, who is the head of operations. And according to Mared, it's been a really good winter fair right from the very beginning. Yes, well, she's saying that I think people are glad to have a normal winter fair as it is, because there was a record crowd here yesterday compared to 2019, and she's just glad that everybody are thankful to everybody who's come here to support over the course of the last 2 days, to come here to socialise and to enjoy themselves as well as the competitive element. And to Mared, this is the pinnacle of her year, the winter fair.
Brwsfrydig iawn y ffair Aeaf. Maen nhw'n keen iawn, maen nhw'n awyddus i ddatblygu bob blwyddyn, a maen nhw'n dangos heddi a ddoe.
All her staff, very keen workers, and the stock numbers are up. Again, broken the records as far as the sheep are concerned. Yeah, and he's just asking, is there room to make changes or improve maybe? He says, well, yes, there's always an opportunity to do that, but the most important thing is to market the industry, and it's in all intents and purposes, it's the perfect shop window. So Mared has been elected to be the new chief executive of the Young Farmers. She's had 5 years with the Royal Welsh Society and made some lifelong friends. It's a very special place, but working with the Young Farmers and the Society, we're all the same people in essence. And the two offices, as it happens, are very, very close together, so she doesn't have to move that far. And in all intents and purposes, the young farmers is the future of the society.
Diolch chi.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and that bell, well, the significance of the bell ringer, of course, is the gentleman who will be hosting the auction in the cattle ring, which is going to be the highlight of the afternoon. And as you would imagine, there are many, many people who have gathered around to watch the auction, and a lot of people discussing, I'm sure, as to what the price will be for the Supreme Champion and the Reserve Champion as well. Baby Guinness.
Fi'n clywed bod ti wedi cael ffair dda.
Now then, at the bottom of the screen, those are your predictions. Majority going for between £5,000 and £10,000.
I fwynhau ac i gwrdd â cwsmeriad ag ati yn y ffair.
Ibwyso gomau Saesneg, ond good llai network o.
And those are the prices. In the past years, ranging from about 4,000 and above.
Reini eto, mae'n dda wedi dim bod fi'n bragu am popeth, mae bethau yn gwerthu'n gyffredinol yn dda iawn ar hyd y de.
A mae'r costau wedi cynyddu wrth gwrs, felly mae gofyn bod y trade yn aros ar ei fynyfyd derfel.
Yeah, Ivan's just making the point, of course, that the prices, or the costs rather, have increased, so people will be looking for good returns here at the auction. Let's bring in Emma and Gerald. We're waiting for the cattle to arrive in the ring. And I believe there's going to be a presentation prior to the auction itself.
Wel, mae'r pencampwr ar is-pencampwr ar y ffordd, ond cyn hynny...
Alwyn Rees, the Vice Chair of Council, is addressing the crowd that have gathered around the cattle ring.
And we have indeed two individuals who have served their counties for over 31 years on the Welsh Winter Fair Committee. Those two individuals indeed are Mr Denley Jenkins from Ceredigion and Mr Gwyn Edwards representing Clwyd. I appreciate neither of you know nothing about this, so can I ask you both gentlemen to come forward, if you will, please. And on behalf of the Winter Fair Committee and indeed the whole society, we wish to recognise your dedication and your commitment to the effort for over 30 years, which has seen the seeds blossom to what it is today. So, our President, Mr Harry Featherington Hall, at the specific time at the end of the county representing Clwyd, will present you with a token of our appreciation in the company of the Welsh Winter Fair Show Director, Mr William Hanks. Rowch gymrydwyeth iddyn nhw. Give them a warm welcome.
Dyna i chi foment go arbennig fan hyn ynghylch y gwartheg.
Yes, a very special moment for Gwyn Edwards and Denley Jenkins.
Ers dros 10 mlynedd ar hugen. Gwyn Edwards o Fetws Gwerfyl Goch sydd yn cael ffair i'w chofio yn y cylch arddangos.
Denley Jenkins is, of course, will be the show president in 2024 when Ceredigion will be the show host county for the Royal Welsh Show. And a great supporter of the Winter Fair and was the beef judge here just a few years ago.
And I don't think either Gwyn or Denley knew anything about that token of appreciation for all the service that they've given the Winter Fair over the last 30 odd years. And as Emma alluded to, Denley Jenkins, well, it'll be a busy period for him and his team in Ceredigion. This, of course, being the last event for the current host county, Clwyd, and it'll be Glamorgan who will be the host county for 2023, and then Ceredigion in 2024. Right, the auction is about to start.
A'r pris llynedd 8,000, ond faint fydd I eleni?
The price last year, read all about it, was £8,000.
Yma, yn y man.
But before we get to the actual selling, let's go to the horse ring quickly and join Bethan.
Well, we've got the yearling colts in front of us now in the section Ds. Richard Francis has seen them for initial judging, and he's seen them for individual judging, and now he is ready to come to his final conclusion. I think it's given him some food for thought, I think, by the look of it. He certainly looks quite serious. He's at the minute he's got Penlancrieg the Demonstrator in top, and he's got Hendur Royal Flush in second. But as ever, things can change until the hat is off. And in third, we've got Thorny Side, the Chosen One. They're probably hoping he will be the chosen one today, but we don't know whether he will take Richard Francis's fancy. So it looks to me like he has made a decision. Returning to his stewards there in the centre. And that there is Hendur Royal Flush, Mickey Dolan. So the hat is off, and it's Penlancrieg the Demonstrator that has had that class. That's Lauren Bullock's yearling colt, shown by Shay Price on Lauren's behalf. He recently won at the National Welsh Foal Show on this showground, albeit a different ring a couple of weeks ago, and he's now returned to take the win here today, so I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted with that. Shay looks somewhat relieved, I think. And then in second we've got Mickey Dolan's Hendur Royal Flush by Abergavenny Flash Harry, out of Pontlas Welsh Lady.
Well, Shay, you look like you're sweating.
Hot in here, Dave. Yeah, hard work, you know. Yearling colt for hard work, and he's a hard work, but to come out on top today is, we've aimed for this all year, to be fair.
To be fair, he does look tremendous with you, and there's probably somebody in the background as well who's very...
he's over there, really, you know.
Just behind Lauren,
of course. Really, he won't be here today.
Well, well done, Shay. Congratulations, buddy.
Shay there, looking very, very happy indeed. Looks like he's worked hard during that class. So Penlancrieg the Demonstrator, Lauren Bullock's yearling colt there, shown by Shay Price. We'll see them again later for the championship.
John Humphrey.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. As I mentioned earlier, this event is the last for the host county, Clwyd. The next host county will be Glamorgan, and Nia is with the ambassador, Jacob Anthony, and the president, John Humphrey.
Just running with it now and just getting stuck into 2023.
Excellent, yes. Ready for it, John?
I think so, yes. We started on August 2019, I think, ready for 2021. And we sort of fizzled along, really. But actually, we've raised a lot of money. It sort of accidentally and incidentally. Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah.
We've had some serious fun doing it as well.
We have, it's great. We made a lot of friends, and it's going to be okay. But it's pretty scary, because this Royal Welsh is a funny mixture of friendliness, informality, and jollity. But there's a very serious, formal, bowler-hatted side to it too, which you have to get used to. Haven't yet done so.
Is that proving to be quite difficult for you, John?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah? How are you coping then?
Very similar to Johnny, really. He was smiling and getting along with wearing a bowler hat, but it wouldn't be my normal attire anyway, that's for certain.
So where do you farm, Jacob?
Just north of Bridgend, so yeah, in between Bridgend and Maesteg. So yeah, beef and sheep hill farmer I am, so...
and yourself, John, you're in the Cowbridge
We're down
area?
at Cowbridge in the Vale of Glamorgan, and we've been there a long time. We've become more arable, but luckily we've got the A48 going through the farm, so we're really farming people now.
Yes, you have a new farm shop.
We do, and I hope you go there,
I
Nia.
do every now and then, yes,
Exactly.
indeed. Yes,
Excellent.
but it's always very, very busy.
It's very busy, and that's good, isn't it? Because the more queuing you have, the more people want it.
Yes, well, and what about the people who turned out for this event?
It's amazing, isn't it fantastic? And this is a great show, the Winter Fair, and it's even though it's baffling to me that all this live and dead business, it is absolutely amazing how enthusiastic.
But that's what it's all about. It's the story, isn't it?
It is. Exactly. It's the agricultural story, but at the same time, there's a real buzz about the show, because I always feel that when the Winter Fair comes, Christmas is just around the corner, and it proper gets you in the spirit, because you see friends you haven't seen since the summer show, probably. You see them at Christmas time, you're able to have a few glasses of mulled wine with them, and you're just able to interact during the quieter months then, aren't you? So it's just great, really.
I can tell you're raring to go, aren't you, Jacob? Yeah.
We'll be okay. We really are. But we're starting to get things together. But the demoralising thing has been all the things we've organised that we've never done. We even organised a dinner in a hotel, and it was stop, start, stop, in Porthcawl this was, and it was stop, start so often that finally the hotel got sold. So we just got our deposit back.
It hasn't been easy for you.
Well, it's hopeless, isn't it?
No.
So now
So what kind of events, fundraising events, have you got planned?
Well, we've got your classic quizzes, bingo nights, those sort of things. We've got several luncheons planned as well, all over the county, from the west of the county down in the Gower Peninsula, right up to the north towards Merthyr Tydfil. So we've got quite a diverse county. So we've got...
Indeed, you really have, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. So we've got luncheons in different places, so that different people are able to attend. And then we've got, other events then as well, haven't we, Johnny?
You're supposed to have a sort of headline event.
Yeah.
The most of Wales, as you know, is grassland and upland, so they tend to have things that relate to grass. But we're doing a mixed day down at Jacob's uncle's place, Wick. Do you know where Wick is?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the coast.
Never assume. And apparently the highest...
A weeg in Welsh.
Wig,
a
wig,
yes.
and a little wig, is it?
A wig. No, it's not a wig, that's a different thing. Don't mention wigs now, John.
No wig. I know, I'd love one if you've got one going. But there is... it's the highest point of the Vale of Glamorgan, apparently. Very attractive, just above the nudist beach, which you'll enjoy.
Is it?
Yes.
No.
And yes.
Yeah.
And,
is there a nudist beach?
There's a nudist beach there, yeah.
It's chilly.
Yeah,
chilly, but very exciting.
Johnny's got a season membership.
Oh, sorry.
The nudist camp on the
He did
farm.
say he doesn't like the bowler hat, didn't he?
Yes. Never assume anything.
I think we're going to have to leave it there now before we go.
All the best.
No. I do wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
So who's leading who, though, in this partnership?
Johnny will be leading me. I'll be Robin and you'll be Batman. I think that's what the plan is. Or the Chuckle Brothers.
Yes.
I think I'll be more suitable for me and Johnny.
You're always told, you say, well, what the hell am I supposed to do? And they always say, oh, you do it your way. But really, you have no idea at all, because nobody's actually quite told you. But there is a bloke here called John Owen who apparently toes you about.
There we are. Well, I'm sure you will do it your
Fingers
way.
crossed.
We wish you all the best. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ie, a ti'n dysgu Cymraeg yn dwyt?
Dysgu Cymraeg, yeah. So, hopefully by the summer, be a little bit better, I'll be able to do this in Welsh. And Gymraeg i you.
Ie, fydd hynny'n braf. Diolch i ti. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Diolch.
Ffwrdd â ni ta, gwerthu'r gwartheg, ond am faint.
I sell, sold at 7,500 to Howell Maybury. Thank you very much.
At 4,000.
All done on the way then at 5,100.
Done this time at 6,650.
Arwerthiant pencampwr y gwartheg ydy uchafbwynt y ffair Aeaf ers y cychwyn cyntaf yn 1990. 7,500 gafwyd bryd hynny, a record o 12,500 yn 2008. Ond mae'r prisiau wedi amrywio dipyn.
Right, we're headed for the cattle ring for the auction. Let's join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've seen the winners earlier on, and now we get to see how much they're going to make.
Yes, indeed. A lot of anticipation and the competition that's been running on the screen, and we'll see how close everybody is. But I would say it's a very, very nice animal that could probably qualify for the both categories in breeding or going to kill, and see if there's somebody in the crowd or two people we need to
Well said, yes, absolutely. It's
wave their arms and hope that they can purchase it.
Not just the one buyer you need, but you need a few interested parties, don't you, to make a to make an auction. So
cost of production has gone up quite a lot to be able to produce these animals in the start, as I can speak on behalf of the farming community, that everything that we buy is gone up. So will the cattle prices, will it reflect the increase in production? I don't know.
Probably not enough. No, I wouldn't have thought so, really. And here we have, this is the seller's heifer we saw.
Magu teip yma'r fa, wedi mynd I trial brynu'r heifer gorau am nhw'n gallu at y job, at y gwaith. So felly mae'n rhoi bach o bris ar y heifer.
Traddodiadol derfel, mae'r beirniad fel arfer yn prynu y pencampwr, neu'r is-pencampwr. Wyt ti wedi cael cyfle I sgwrsio gyda'r beirniad?
With the, like you say, the heifers going through the ring now, interest to both breeders and butchers.
Bod y job i'n cael eta wedi wneud y job i'r rwyddoedd ar ôl. Fe ges I get
It'll be interesting to see if the heifer judge is going to put his money where his mouth is.
If they come in.
It's quite a pressure really on the judges. There is an expectation of them to buy.
Yes, indeed. These particular animals now are sold at sold in pence per kilo.
10,800 wedi nhw riso nôl yn 2019 ac yn 2019.
The other animals are sold, other than the champion and reserve, would be sold in pence per kilo.
So the champion and reserve
will be sold as lump sum
per head. So the overall price, so what you hear is what they go for.
Yes.
And then the other ones
are pence per kilo, because they display the weight, and they'll be sold at £2 a kilo, £4 a kilo, whatever.
So then you need to do a little bit of sums as you go when they are sold.
Yeah, but most of the other cattle are sold then as butchers will be buying, and they're used to buying cattle per kilo anyway, and most of the livestock auctions that sell fat cattle are sold pence per kilo.
Ac wyt ti, David, wyt ti'n gwerthu byrdod yn flynyddol, wyt ti'n cael prisiau da, wyt ti hefyd yn gwerthu gwartheg ar beef ifanc ag ati.
Now then, we've got some other cattle in face. We will, the auction starts off with other cattle going through the ring just to warm up the sales really and get a good atmosphere going. We need the buyers there to get a good price for the cattle. And McCartney's are the auctioneers for the sales here on the showground, and they'll be selling a good lot of animals over the day. So the heifer in the ring at the moment would have been the third in the heifer side by a Charolais. So there'll be something for everybody here at the Winter Fair.
They always sell then a numerous number of cattle through the ring before the champion will arrive at a certain time. I'm not too sure at the time that they will arrive, but most of the cattle pre-champion and will be sold in pence per kilo, and the weight will be displayed upon the board there for all the prospective purchasers to see what weight it is.
Mae lot o sôn hefyd am faint neith y Rhys Bencampwr, yr Heifer oedd yn ail i baby Guinness David. Mae lot o siarad am hwnna fyd, wy'n clywed.
So, we'll be seeing the champion come in before long, I would say. Interesting to see how she will sell. The selling was a little bit sticky on the lambs, but then the pigs, they sold for more than last year. There was quite a excitement in that ring. It was interesting to see how the cattle do and how much the champion will go for. And interestingly, with the lambs, the reserve made a little bit more than the champion.
Yes, as we've seen, two breeding, so the heifers do stand much more of a chance of making more interested parties in purchasing.
Yes, absolutely, because they'll get,
yeah.
They could be bought for breeding if somebody's fancied something in a heifer.
Here we go.
There we go. There's no mistaking it. And as mentioned earlier on with the Carcass commentary, the buyer will also be getting those rosettes and ribbons to take with them.
That's quite right, and they will display them in their butcher's shops or wherever, whoever does buy.
So it's not just the animal, but it's the kudos that goes with buying the window.
We see the two judges then in shop, so it'll be interesting to see if either of them will back their judgment.
David, just atgoffa ni, pan bo hon mor special.
So we can safely say this is the highlight of the cattle section of the whole 2 days, and any prospective purchaser can step forward as long as they can pay for the animal.
That's the thing, yes.
But your moment of glory if you want to put your arm up and
you don't want to be going scratching your nose now in front of the auctioneer when these are in the ring.
So all the work and the prestige of actually receiving the honour, but this is the part that will count as much as anything in terms of the financial reward.
A return as well to them with the winner 4 years ago and coming back again. Now then, I think the auctioneer is about to start.
Just help yourself.
There we go. Got an opening bid of £4,000. And she's shooting up for 548.
5,000.
5,558 bid and 5,800
pawb wedi distewi chydig nawr i wrdo.
Greg Wallace yw e fewn.
James at 5,800 bid and 5,008
Agosau at y 6,000.
at 5,800 bid 5,800 bid then at 5,800 bid 5,800 bid 5,6,000. You'll have to shout him at 6,000.
She's made the 6,000.
You're out on the ringside at 6,000. I'll take two at 6,000 bid. At 6,000 bid, that is 6,000 bid. The bid's with you, Geraint. At 6,000 bid, James, you're out. At 6,000 bid, I'll take two now.
She's slowing down a bit. It seems like they've hit a bit of a sticky point in the bidding. And she's going again.
Ydy, a dwi'n meddwl, os dwi'n gallu gweld iawn os yn gorau yn ligad, dwi'n meddwl taw castell.
There we go, our judge has joined the fight. See if he'll pull away and secure the...
I think slowing it down a bit, we're down to £100 bids now. As we're getting closer, the bids get smaller.
At 7-2 would have been that as 7-2. 7-2, 3, any good, sir? 3, 4, if you like, 7-4.
She's keeping going.
5, at 7-5.
Doesn't matter how long it takes to get there.
No, absolutely not.
And just back in the judgment so far.
Yeah, he's still going.
At 7-8 bid all the way now.
Yeah, sure,
at 7-8 bid all the way, 8,000 now. At 8,000 surely.
And she's made the 8,000.
8,2 would have been
Dros yr 8,000.
now 4 at 8,2 bid. 8,002 would have been done at 8,2 would have been done at 8,2 at 8,2 bid. At 8,2 would have been. Don't shake your head, it looks so disappointing.
Are we getting there now? He's smiling.
Yeah.
Does he think he's in?
Anybody else want to join in? At 82, 84, 86, 86, 86 would have been that at 86.
Oh. Who's been against him?
Oops.
Okay, she's had to have a little pit stop.
Must have had an indication of that she's not very happy with the price or making it last.
Across the ring, 88 if you want to come back. At 8,600, across the ring and away, all done then at 8,600, and a great credit to Edward Brothers.
Oh, the hammer's
down.
8,600, very well done to them. Credit to the Edwards family. Super Heifer.
I should imagine they'd be happy with that particular price.
And indeed, the buyer was Brian Castell-Howell.
Oh, fair dues.
And a great supporter of the Royal Welsh Show, past president of Carmarthenshire. And here, Catherine, his daughter.
Dues, Carmarthenshire Company.
Beth am y pris na, Derfel?
Wara teg, oedd e'n arno, mae'n affer a hanner. A apno fod, gallai fe'n digwydd I deulu fel mae'r ni wedi gweud gynnau, mae Gwyn wedi cael...
Good reward for a very good animal.
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot of work goes into producing these animals for the show. It's not just a case of heading out to the field and picking something and hoping for the best.
Certainly not.
We really don't appreciate the hours and hours and hours that goes into preparing them. And breeding them and preparing them.
Am baby Guinness, pencampwr y ffair Aeaf. Arbennig iawn, ac ni'n aros yn Eidgar nawr, boys. Am yr is pencampwr. Tybed, faint nid honno. Honno'n Heifer pedigree. Bydd I yma yn y man. Wrth I cau arwen yr Heifer allan am y trola.
There we go. 2022 champion. Made a dramatic entrance and made a dramatic exit. A very happy purchaser there in Castell-Howell.
Right there, Connie off there.
Indeed, now I think we're going to bring in now the reserve. So reserve, and she's actually, they've mentioned that she's a pedigree animal, so it'll be interesting to see if that's going to have a bearing.
That's fair comment. It could do.
On the
Pedigree
sale,
limousine.
because now you've got almost got another appeal to another set of customers, really, isn't it? You know, you've got your butchers, your breeders, and also pedigree breeders. So it'll be interesting to see if she goes. So that's number 53, Sassy Girl from Short and Little, read by the exhibitor. Limousin Sire and Limousin Dam, so a pedigree animal.
A
hon wedi bod yn trwyfiannus yn ennill pencampwr Jamis yn ôl yn agri-export al ail o fe. So dwi'n dim fel bod I dod mas am y tro gynta fe, mae wedi bod rownd o fe, chw mae'n gwybod beth fe'n neud o fe.
O, dim chwarae. A mae'n cael ei arwain yn dda hefyd.
35, 25, 25. Thank you. I may come back to you.
Coming in at 608 kilos.
15,000. 15,000 bid.
Mae wedi dechrau yn 15,000.
15, 16,000.
Well.
Opening bid of 15,000. Wow. And she's still going up. And that's the fair record already gone. And she's made 20,000.
Let's get on the road.
This is the pedigree influence coming in here.
Absolutely, yeah. 24, 25. That's a shake of the head.
25, you're all out right. 25 bids on the phone. 25 in. 25.
We've got phone bids coming in.
Indeed.
A gyda bod ni'n efo pedigree, mae'r cwbl o deirw hynod yn y pedigree.
8,000 ar hugen.
£28,000.
Wedi croesi 30,000.
Cross 30,000.
Wedi croesi 30,000, boys. Record newydd yn y ffair Aeaf.
Interesting to look back at her breeding.
It will be, and I can assure you one thing: she ain't going to end up in
I
anybody's
was going to
dinner
say
plate.
that she'll be a very expensive steak if it is.
Certainly not going to end up in a plate and this sort of money.
There we go. Some phone bids going on here. 32,000. 33. Smiles all around. I bet you this is the highlight of that auctioneer's year.
33 bid, you can all join in at 33 bid, 34 bid,
34,000.
At 34 bid, 34 bid, now at 34,000, you're all out in the front. At 34,000, 5 if it's any help, sir. At 34,000, well, thanks for your help. At 34,000, selling on the left, all done and away. At 34,000 and away at 35.
Oh, indeed. Let's put a bit of pressure on.
In at the last minute.
At 35's on the market as well.
She's on the market, he says, yes.
Back to the phones. Back to the phones.
I'll take another single, sir.
And he's coming again.
Come in.
Yeah, diolch yn o'i werth.
Oh, he's pulling out of the fight now. Enough is enough.
So we've got Irish bids coming in. Is she going to go back to Ireland?
At 36 bid, 36 in a bit, now at 36 bid, you're out in front, you're out on the right at 36,000 and we're done at 36. Mr. James Amphlett on the phone.
Didn't quite catch the name there, but it was to the phone bid.
Sassy girl.
That was Sassy Girl.
Be interesting to follow the pedigree of Sassy Girl.
It would be. She is
Probably she'd have
purebred Limousin. But
ar y ffôn oedd.
Na, dwi ddim yn siŵr o fe, ond yr auctioneer ar y ffôn oedd fe, so... Fi nhw'n i ffind o mas o'n amser dim dowt o fe, ond ie, dwi'n siŵr ar y funud.
Dwi'n meddwl mae enw'r cynta'r grŵp yn hynny, James, sy'n dal y cyfenw, ond rhywun o'r enw James rhywbeth oedd e derfod.
James Amphlett oedd yr auctioneer oedd ar y ffôn.
James Amphlett was the auctioneer on the phone, so that was the name who'd taken it. So we have a mystery phone bidder
there you go,
who has paid the record price for an animal at the Royal Welsh Winter Fair. And like you said, safe to say she's going for breeding, Gerald.
I would think so. Most definitely, yes, indeed, yeah.
But what a finish to the proceedings here at the Winter Fair. Well, not the finish, they've got many more animals to sell, but...
Well, we did talk about that we needed an increase in price, but I didn't think we'd quite get that increase, did we?
No.
But it's the general commercial cattle now. Let's hope that everybody sells them very well.
Wish
them all the best.
All everybody asks for is a little share of it.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show, and after that spectacular auction, let's go quickly back to the horse ring and join Bethan.
Well, we've got the Welsh Cob Championship in front of us now. We've got the last of our championships for today in the section championships, and we've got 1498 coming forwards as champion, which is the winner of the yearling fillies, shown by Gethin Williams. Is Sarah Williams's Parciau Miri Mai, and in reserve we've got Haigmore Delith with Kerry-Ann Bennett on behalf of her breeder Julie Evans. So Parciau Anna Mai there, the winner of the yearling filly class. It's been a fantastic day for Sarah Williams. First in the yearling fillies and second in the filly foals. Both are half-sisters. Interestingly, this filly here was second in the filly foal class last year. Just goes to show that different day, different judge, different time, a different animal comes to the fore. So that's Parciau Anna Mai, and in front of us now we can see the reserve, which was Haigmore Delith, Julie Evans's Haigmore Delith. And that's Sarah there, the breeder of the two fillies, the champion filly, the yearling filly Anna Mai, and also the second placed filly foal, which was Parciau Miriam Mai. I'm sure she will be absolutely delighted returning to North Wales tonight. So that's Parciau Anna Mai then takes the championship in the Section Ds, and she will be the final champion to come back for the Welsh Championship and for the Supreme Championship later on. That's Parciau Anna Mai and Gethin Williams. Congratulations to them.
Thanks very much, Bethan. And you can see the Supreme Champion at the Winter Fair on tonight's highlight programme at 10 o'clock. Now, our time is coming to an end. Gerald and Emma, it's been a fantastic Winter Fair, but, I mean, without having to say anything else, the headlines, of course, was that spectacular auction.
Oh, well, it's eclipsed everything, hasn't it? You know, absolutely amazing, and yeah, just sort of over and above everything else, and you know, and yes, as Ivan's saying now, was just the champion made good money, you know, and she was a super animal, but yeah, that has eclipsed everything.
Be a long time before we see that again, Gerald.
Oh, a long time, yeah. No, a very, very good show, very, very good quality animals, capped by a very, very, perhaps I shouldn't say it's an extortionate money in the end, but a very good price, so it's made it all very well worthwhile.
Yeah, and the good thing about it as well, as far as the Winter Fair is concerned in general, is the fact that we heard Mared mentioning earlier on that we've had record crowds, and it's just great to see everybody back.
Oh, it's so nice. I think people have been so looking forward to coming back and going to fun things and nice things and seeing people and coming to a show like this and just seeing the best of everything and the best of what Wales and further has to offer.
Good shop window, just been highlighted with exceptional good price, but the quality right throughout was good, and I hope people have all enjoyed watching it as much as I have.
Gerald, Emma, Bethan and Rachel, who was with us yesterday, thank you very much indeed for your company. It's been a pleasure having your company at home as well. Thanks for joining us, and I know it's not December yet, but I'll wish you all a Merry Christmas. Goodbye.
Ffair awr fawr.
Dyma sydd ar y ffordd I ni I gyd heddiw.
Mae Fluff yn dod o hyd I sgarff I capten gael gwisgo.
Mae Pero, cath yr harbwr feistr, a'r goll wedyn yn tŵt.
Gewn ni lon lle o halibalw ar ôl hynna.
Mae Bleron cael tro ar hedfan awyren Mair Oci.
A gewn ni stori am Ceridwen a'i brawd Gerallt o oes Victoria gyda Ted Key.
O, awr lawn dop ar y ffordd. Well ni ddechrau.
Ie.
Dyma Siwsia Swyn.
Cysur hwnna symud sydyn, troi a throi a theithio cyflym. Da ni'n rhydro, da ni'n gwibio, yn mynd ebyn i'w oedi. Oes na fodd I ni gael cyfle I arafu mewn rhywle. Pwy sydd am ein helpu, sydd ma modd tawelu. Mewn pwff o wynt, gall Fluff newid ei siabel. A dyma'n capten ni sy'n hoffo ymlacio. Trwy rando ar y gloch sy'n mynd ding ding dong. Dyma seren sy'n disgleirio wrth i'r hyd a llefrith swyno. A mae'r prysur yn mynd rhy prysur yn mynd rhy prysur. Dewch I siwsia swyn I ni gael saib.
Dillad. Bobl bach mae'n brysur yma heddiw. Mae pawb ar y traeth yn rhithro un lle I llall dydyn. O, welwch chi hwnna wan? A da chi'n clywed y ceir? Mae'r gegin yn brysur hefyd, llawn lliw a sŵn a gogla da. O, da chi'n clywed yr holl blant yn chwarae yn y parc? Mae'n swnio'n hwyl. Ond weithiau, mae'r bwrlwm yn gwneud I'm hen I droi. Dwi angen arafu a chael amser I sylwi ar un peth ar y tro fo'n ffrindiau. A heddiw, maen nhw yn y gegin. Be am weld pwy sy'n yma I'n helpu ni gael dipyn o siwsia swyn. Haia Fluff, fama ti'n cuddio rhag y tywydd oer tu allan, ia? Ti di ffeindio rhywbeth diddorol I sylwi arno fo'n y gegin? O ia, y siwsia swyn gynta. Ffwrdd â ni ta. Teimlo'r aer yn mynd I mewn, a teimlo'r aer yn mynd allan. I mewn, 1, 2, 3... Ac allan, 1, 2, 3. I mewn. Ac allan. A rwan ti. Diolch Fluff, mi fydd hi'n haws I ni sylwi ar bethau rwan. Iawn ta, beth sydd gennym ni heddiw? Sgarff gynnes ar ddiwrnod oer. A mae'n chwifio'n braf yn yr awel yn tydi. Wyt ti eisiau creu siapiau difyr hefyd? A dawnsio yn y gwynt fel sgarff. Braf. Ond Fluff, does am gwynt I fod mewn tŷ. O lle mae'r awel yn dod? A rwy'n sydd wedi gadael y ffenast ar agor. O, be ti'n neud? Na, dim syniad. O, isio gwisgo'r sgarff wyt ti. Ydy hi'n gynnes neis Fluff? O, na, mae'n llithro ddi ar dysgwydda di. Ia, dos di drio'r het ymlaen, awn ni weld lle glaniodd y sgarff. Ahoi, Capten! Ar y soffa ddisgynodd y sgarff, ia? Mae'n gwneud blanced flufflyd braf. Dallt? Flufflyd? Na? O, wel. Ia, mae'n gwneud siap ton, dydi? Yndi, mae'r blanced yn atgoffa fi o'r môr mawr glas hefyd. Na, dos na'm sŵn tonna, ond dwi'n gwybod am gan sy'n atgoffa ni o'r tonna. Be am I chanu hi?
Hwylio ar y siwsia sŵn, tylwi ar y bydau sŵn, llonydd ddaw a theimlo'n fwyn, hwylio ar y siwsia sŵn. Yndw, dwi'n teimlo'n bod ni allan ar y môr go iawn rwan hefyd. Braf dydi. Be nawn ni nesa? Teimlo'r glân, i weld pa mor feddal di'r sgarff, a pa mor esmwydd, a chysurus. O, diar, mae mor gysurus nes bod y capten wedi mynd i gysgu'n sownd. Be am i ni adael o a gweld beth sy'n gen Seren i ni heddiw? Oes, Seren, mae rhaid ni chwarae'n ddistaw rhag deffro'r capten. A mi fydd menig yn berffaith, na nhw gadw'n dwylo ni'n gynnes, a... O na, Seren di diflannu. Pipo, Seren, pipo. Ydy'r menig yn chwifio arnau? O, wel ia, helo i chi thafyd, fenig. Braf i gwrdd â chi. Be arall maen nhw'n gallu neud, Seren? Cyfri? Dwi'n gallu cyfri 10, da chi? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10! O'n i'n siŵr os o'n i'n cofio'r rhifau gyd, di Seren. Mae hynna dim lino i'n lan. Chdi-tha hefyd. Da ni di gael hwyl efo'r sgarff. Wel, pawb nath gadw'n effro, de. Ac efo'r menig. Ond mae amser wedi hedfan yn do. A rwan, mae'n bryd i ni ffarwelio. Hwyl fawr, Fluff. Dros y tai a'r siwrne faith, heibio'r drydwy ar ei taith. Dros y goeden ferwen fawr, i ben y bryn, i orffwys nawr. Hwyl fawr, Seren, rownd y blwch postio llachar, heibio'r siopa a'r holl dai lliwgar, ac i fyny at y tic-tic-toc, y cartref clyd, tu ôl i'r cloc. Hwyl fawr, Capten, i lawr yr afon 10, o dan y bont garreg. Allan ar y môr mawr glas, i gysur y goleudy saff. Pan mae'r prysur